Meeting of December 8th, 2009 to order. Will you please stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance with us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Will you please call the roll?
Council Agency Member Falcone, absent. Francisco, absent. House.
Here.
Horton.
Here.
Schneider.
Here.
Williams. Mayor. Chair Bloom. Item number 1, Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, as you know, every month we present service awards to those employees that have important anniversaries with the city, and we have several today. And first, I'd like to read several names into the record, and we have 2 employees who are also here to receive their pins. So first, with 5 years, James Hernandez, who's a maintenance crew leader in Public Works. Mark Wilkenine, who's an administrative specialist in Public Works. Kathy Daniels, senior grounds maintenance worker in Parks and Rec. Juan Garcia, grounds maintenance worker 2 in Parks and Rec. And Carl Treiberg, who's the waterfront facilities manager. With 10 years, Leslie Torgeson, who's the network applications analyst in administrative services. Brian Bossi, our housing and redevelopment manager in community development. And David Lopez, the airport patrol officer. With 25 years, we have Pam Christian, who's an animal control supervisor in the police department. And we have 2 employees here to receive pins. First, we have Mark Roush, who's the park supervisor in Parks and Rec. And then later we have Dee Reed, who's the administrative specialist in Parks and Rec.
Up and get your pin. Hi. Take your hand. Give you a pin. Mark was born in Santa Monica and raised in the city of Granada Hills. After graduating from high school, his family moved in 1971 to Carpinteria. He graduated from Santa Barbara City College in 1973, and Mark graduated in 1975 from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, receiving a Bachelor of Science degree in ornamental horticulture. Mark began his career with the city of Santa Barbara as a park supervisor in charge of the beach parks maintenance. After 5 years, Mark was placed in charge of the central staff section, overseeing the pest control operation, park repairs, all large equipment and equipment operators, and all internal work orders for the park division, and contract maintenance and turf operations. I think you were doing everything. It's wonderful. Mark also oversaw the installation of 12 playgrounds during his 10-year period. Mark has been responsible for the beach, turf, sports fields, for open space maintenance for the past 10 years. Mark works very closely with the current improvements at Parma Park after the Jesucita fire and takes great pride in that accomplishment. Mark is a true professional, making sure that the beach sand is groomed and raked for our local beach goers. And growers, too, I guess. Mark resides in Carpinteria with his wife, Marianne, and his son, Brian. He bikes or gardens every day and enjoys fishing in his boat in the ocean or on the local lakes, and enjoys playing golf at the beautiful Santa Barbara Golf Course. Mark, you've been a dedicated and valuable employee for the city of Santa Barbara. It's our honor to recognize your 25 years of service and also your many accomplishments. On behalf of the City Council and your fellow employees, congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll open. I have a little speech I'll say. Thank you. I just wanted to mention some of the things that we've been involved with, and sometimes we forget because we do have so many statistics that we do take care of, but you did mention that 3 miles of beaches that we take care of, and 361 acres of developed parkland, 26,000 street trees, and then 1,200 acres of undeveloped park properties. With our unique climate and growing conditions, we do have the pleasure, we can grow anything here, so we do have that luxury. I do want to say thank you for the people who did work for me for 25 years, who without them, we would not have such beautiful parks and recreation facilities. This department can be proud of the accomplishments we get done with the amount of labor. The department and the city of Santa Barbara can be proud of the training and dedication the employees have. So that's what I want to say. Thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you.
30 years. Oops. Denise Reed. Denise. Hi, Denise. Here's your pin. You're welcome. Denise Reed began her career with the City of Santa Barbara in December 1979 as a clerk 2 with the police department. Her duties included working with the public and police officers, handling and filing sensitive documents, and other clerical duties for the Records Bureau. In 1981, Denise was promoted to senior clerk, working in the Community Development Department and later in Housing and Redevelopment. She provided customer service, compiled agenda packets for the redevelopment agency, worked on community development block grant program, rental housing mediation task force, and supported staff efforts in the downtown revitalization project. Denise transferred to Building and Safety in 1996 as a senior office specialist, where she worked for George Estrella in Records and Archives. In 2003, she transferred to the Parks and Recreation Department, where she has provided customer service and clerical support for several programs over the years, including aquatics, youth activities, teen programs, active adults, and recreation management. Denise has represented many departments within the city in a professional and courteous manner. For the last 30 years, she has an excellent rapport with the public, supports the staff in a consistent and thorough manner, and never fails to go that extra mile. Denise is a proud grandmother of Joseph Blake Reed, who will be 1 year old on December 15th, and mother of Nathan Reed, a former sports official for youth activities who, with his wife Jessie, resides in Toscadero. Denise, you've been a dedicated and very valuable employee for the city of Santa Barbara. It's an honor to recognize you for 30 years of service, as well as for your many accomplishments. And on behalf of the City Council and the people of Santa Barbara, we want to thank you and congratulate you on 30 years. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And good afternoon, council members. I appreciate this recognition. I have been very blessed with this 30-year career. I want to acknowledge and thank my past, present managers and supervisors and coworkers, and thank them very much who have mentored me through these 3 decades. As we approach the mid-year budget during this time of economic woes, please remember how important parks and recreation programs are. They help us release some of the stress that we're all going through right now. They're very, very important for our youth activities, after-school programs. So please keep us in your thoughts when you go through the budget. Thank you, and happy holidays to everybody.
Brenda, before you read the next, I just want to thank our staff, and I'm going to be doing this over the next couple of weeks. I have never had such a wonderful job, and the main reason my job's been so wonderful is our professional staff at every single level. It has truly been a joy to be your mayor, but also to give these 30 years with the city and 25 years and so on, to give these kind of letters of recognition. So thank you for being so wonderful. Okay.
Item number 2, proclamation declaring December 7th through 14th, 2009 as Santa Barbara Festival Ballet Nutcracker Week.
The Santa Barbara Festival Ballet was established in 1970. I don't think you were born yet. for the purpose of training, educating, and mentoring young artists in the dance arts, and to provide a pre-professional ballet company for young people of Santa Barbara. The Santa Barbara Festival Ballet continues to foster and support young artists, giving them the opportunity to perform the Nutcracker with a live symphony orchestra. Santa Barbara Festival Ballet continues enchanting our community with our annual holiday tradition of the Nutcracker at the Arlington Theater, all to the beautiful music from a full live symphony orchestra for another 35 years. Santa Barbara Festival Ballet keeps the opportunity alive for young dancers to perform on stage with professional dancers and fills the audience with people of different cultures and backgrounds. These unique opportunities enable one-on-one coaching and mentorship in a nurturing dance environment. Our programs enrich the cultural landscape and foster artistic growth for young dancers and help those who do not have the resources to participate. So, as the authority vested in me, this is probably the last proclamation. We'll see what happens next week, but I have a feeling this could be it. As mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, I do hereby proclaim the week of December 7th to 14th, 2009, as Santa Barbara Festival Ballet Nutcracker Week. And thank you so much for being here. You're going to say your names into the microphone, there you go. And there you go. Clara.
Yeah. Danielle Ireland.
And I'm Daniel Salinas.
Thank you. Just real briefly, Santa Barbara Festival Ballet is honored to be recognized today for 35 years of presenting our community with Nutcracker at the Arlington. So thank you, Mayor Blum, for this proclamation declaring Nutcracker Week in Santa Barbara in honor of the Santa Barbara Festival Ballet. We're celebrating our beginning and honoring those who brought Tchaikovsky's beautiful score and this classic ballet together. And we're also honoring the vision of retired Santa Barbara Symphony conductor Ronald Ondrejka and the passion of Goleta Civic Ballet founders Bob and Carol Hanlon, and also the generosity and memory of Margaret C. Mosier. Santa Barbara Festival Ballet's Nutcracker at the Arlington is a true holiday tradition, and most importantly, it's Santa Barbara's Nutcracker. And thank you, Mayor Blum, City Council, and thank you, members of the community, and we hope to see you all at the Arlington this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for all your work. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay. Public comment. We have a few people here. We'll start with Ruth Wilson, followed by Kenneth Law.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, I just want to really remind us all of the Christian meaning of the season. There is this wonderful scripture that I'll bet we have all heard from John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. So we are celebrating the birth of Christ, and as he grew and spent his 33 years ministering to the people, when he died and rose again, he left for us the power of the Holy Spirit within us for those of us who have faith and believe and request the Holy Spirit. And in these troubling times, it is such a comfort to have that divine guidance. And I pray that for you all, divine guidance. And I lift up the people of Santa Barbara. And I really ask, Lord, that you draw them closer and closer to you in these difficult times and grant them comfort, peace, and love. Amen.
Thank you. Ken Locke will be followed by Don Sharp.
My name is Kenneth Locke. I got an interesting angle here. I don't think anybody really has considered the idea or the concept that art is a religion, and it should be separated from state, church and state. Again, I don't think anybody's really considered the concept that art is a religion as well as a philosophy. And the main reason for that is based on currently, say, the art world or, say, this community in relation to arts, it has no understanding of what a genius is through the philosophy of aesthetics in relation to their enlightenment that they witnessed through the abstract art movement of the 20th century. And it's kind of interesting. So currently, this community, it's kind of funny. There's people in this community that do refer to themselves as being an artist, but have no connection. Their relationship has no connection to the genius, their enlightenment, the philosophy of aesthetics. This knowledge is not being taught in our school system, and it's just similar to a Christian, an individual who refers to themselves to be a Christian, and having no knowledge of the Christ, or say a Buddhist who has no knowledge of Buddha. And it's just kind of interesting. I have some stuff on YouTube. I just did a video. It's up on YouTube called "Art is a Gray Area," and if you kind of put that in the search engine YouTube, I kind of discuss some of this on there. But it's a little bit of food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Sharp, and then the last person is I, the person.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Don Sharp, president of the Santa Barbara Conservancy. Standing with me here are a couple of people I know you know, Mary Lou Days, a member of the Conservancy, and architect Steve Howes. After publishing earlier this year a book entitled Stone Architecture in Santa Barbara, written by Dick Oglesby, a member of the Conservancy, we continued our goal of finding projects to foster community appreciation of Santa Barbara's incredible architectural heritage. Judy Arias, also a member of our Conservancy, had a vision for many years of a poster depicting a collection of our treasured Santa Barbara Spanish Colonial Revival buildings, and as a result of those efforts in the past year...
That's my cue.
That is...
Oh, this is good. Ooh.
We have produced this poster, of which we are very proud. And we are here to present the city a gift of this newly published Santa Barbara Conservancy project, which was photographed, designed, and executed by Steve. And as I say, we are very proud of it. It is available in local bookstores, gift shops, and all that information, and it can also be ordered directly from the Conservancy at our website, which is santabarbaraconservancy.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a key to each of the...
Oh, each of the buildings, because I was... Well, we
sort
should
of a
know
Where's
those.
Waldo thing.
Yeah, Where's Waldo? Yeah, it's good. It's very gorgeous. Thank you so much. Thanks for doing that. I've often thought, you know, when you go to Boston, they have all the doors of Boston on a poster and so on. I've often thought that would be nice to have here, but this is just stunning. We don't just do doors, we do whole buildings. So there. Yeah, we might as well. Thank you. Thank you. Aye.
Madam Mayor, Santa Barbara City Council. The concept of AIE, is without religious dogma, but it is the essence of human spirituality. If you were threatened by my handgun last week, it doesn't work, then you need to resign because you're non compos mentis. Madam Mayor, You have been gracious enough to communicate privately with me, and I thank you, and the people thank you. In order to honor your request that I be clear about my issues, I state that we, the people, in order to expose school and government corruption, reform education, and restore justice and democracy to our schools and community, we will rise to this podium at every opportunity to speak truth to power. Please visit SB School Talk for the rest of that declaration. Your programs, policies, and practices with regard to the homeless are being called to account by the Southern California ACLU. They are suing you. The homeless are vets suffering from PTSD or are individuals disabled by mental illness and drug and alcohol addiction. They are in need of compassion, support, and services. Housing First was a model program discussed at 2 forums on homelessness. Not one politician, supervisor, mental health commissioner attended. The last one was last Friday. The Gang Task Force is a cabal that absconds with taxpayer money. It will not stand. It greases the school-to-prison pipeline, which is nothing short of an American Holocaust. There is American injustice, and it is a perfect storm of injustice in Santa Barbara. I am working feverishly to bring a federal grand jury to this city to investigate the allegations of wrongdoing and hear the people who could line up from here to the beach with their stories of abuse. There is no complaint procedure, and we, the people, are outraged and suffering. As I am also a victim of gross injustice, I will maintain my personal presence and say that Santa Barbara is a blessed community, but it is small enough that each death rocks us to the core.
You've got a clock right there, you can see. You're already over.
May I make my last 2 sentences?
Yeah. As long as they're short. I've had people go on and on and on with one sentence, but go on.
You know that I read from a script, so I'm
Sure.
not subject to my ADD. I think it is ill-advised that I continue, but since you have been so courteous and kind to allow me to, I will step into my own doo-doo. Here are the 3 sentences. The 56-year-old woman visiting from Montana who was killed in front of her mother. Are you all aware of that?
Yeah, on Shoreline.
And I just said this is a small community. That woman was the first cousin of my husband's lover. And your husband is my husband's physician, Madam Mayor. My husband is a vet. His father was a colonel. And your husband will be more intimate with my Brian than I will ever be again. Lastly, there was a beating of a young man named Ron Ellis by a homeless man who had arrived that day with a bus ticket from Norfolk, Virginia. He was beaten to a pulp by the people who Ron Ellis just was like this, bloodied. He stole my wallet. What has happened to our small town?
Thank you.
The man was released from jail, not charged.
Thank you, I think. Consent calendar. Brenda, go ahead and read what you need to read. By title only.
Item number 4, adoption of ordinance for amendment to Vic Trace Reservoir Communications Site Lease. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving amendment number 1 to the lease agreement number 17461 between the City of Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara Cellular Systems Ltd. located on a portion of the Vic Trace Reservoir property to allow leasee the right to sublease upon written consent from the City of Santa Barbara and authorizing the Public Works Director to execute same. And item number 5, revised resolution for 2030 Las Canoas Road annexation. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara requesting initiation of proceedings for a reorganization of boundaries, annexation to the city of Santa Barbara, detachment from the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District, and detachment from the county service areas number 12 and 32 for certain real property presently located at 2030 Las Canoas Road, assessor's parcel number 021-010-061.
Okay, that was reading by title only. Without objection, we'll waive further reading. Does anybody have anything to take off with?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'd like to review item number 16 on consent,
16, okay. Anything else? Okay, item 16. We'll let Brenda read the title.
Item number 16, Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation Bridge Loan Repayment.
I just wanted to comment that having been here almost 8 years, I don't think I've ever seen an early loan repayment before. And I thought it was worth mentioning today because I appreciate that. That's the Chair of Finance Committee.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Horton, I think the original loan was your idea so, to help the trust with Jimmy's. So I'm glad that they were able to fulfill that.
This was, I think, was it $2 million? I'm forgetting. 500,000. Okay, 500,000 to the trust to purchase Jimmy's Oriental Garden, which has come through, and we're very pleased. And then they repaid the loan. So, thank you so much for that. Yeah, it's very good. Thank you, Brian. Okay, anything else on that? Okay.
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Report from the Finance Committee, Mr. Horton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Finance Committee met today at 1 o'clock. Madam Mayor and Councilmember Schneider and myself sat in. Today, the subject was the Redevelopment Agency Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the CAFR. And I wanted to comment that this report is available online at the city's website. It has all the details of the financial reporting for anybody that's interested. If they have any questions, they can call finance staff or myself or somebody from the RDA. But all the information that we reviewed today in finance is available online at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 19.
Item number 19, Kachuma Operations and Maintenance Board Bond Discussion.
Okay, Mr. Williams, you're a representative there.
Well, I'm going to have Rebecca Bjork say something in a moment, but I just wanted to say, mainly because the situation has been changing every other week in regards to the Kachuma bond and the Second Barrel project, and because there's been a lot of newspaper articles, and it's not completely clear to anybody who reads what's really going on. And because I represent the city on this board, and I am both president and represent the city, and because I feel like I should be accountable to the whole council at large, I requested that we agendize this for information to update the council as to what is going on. And so first of all, I'll hand it over to Rebecca, and then I'll fill in any of the political gaps.
Okay. Ms. Bjork.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Rebecca Bjork, Water Resources Manager. As Councilmember Williams said, there have been significant changes to the approach for funding improvements to the capital facilities operated by the Kachuma Operations Maintenance Board since we last presented this item to council. You may recall at that time, COME had proposed funding a suite of projects through issuance of a bond totaling proceeds about $18 million. Some of the member agencies balked at participation in that larger amount of funding, and Montecito determined that they would participate in the projects but would provide cash funding for all of the projects. Carpinteria declined to participate in the largest of the projects, which is a Second Barrel, which is needed for both reliability in getting Kachuma water to the south coast, as well as restoring capacity that has been lost through changes to the pipeline made over the years. At this point in time, the way where the project stands is that the Goleta Water District has voted to participate in the Second Barrel and has chosen to fund that project alone. Santa Barbara's authority is sufficiently broad to allow us to do this. It's actually less of a project than what we had actually had authorization to participate in. And staff and Councilmember Williams I believe, still intend to go forward with that second barrel project along with Goleta in the bond funding. Montecito will also participate in that project and will provide cash. And the three of us will pick up our proportionate share of what would have otherwise been paid by Carpinteria Valley Water District. And that's the status of the approvals and the actions at this time.
Okay. Mr. Williams.
So we will be voting on this on the 11th. There is
11th of?
the 11th of this month.
Oh, okay.
So sort of speak now or hold your peace. But
when you say we, you mean the COMB board.
COMB board.
Thanks. You threw me off a little bit there.
The COMB board will be voting on this on the 11th. Okay. Hopefully we have everything out of the way. We do still need to button down the indemnification agreement, though we will not be the cause of slowing this down at all. What I have asked as part of the process is for the Kachuma members to be looking at various protections to ensure that the capacity of the second barrel is not something that can be abused to be a growth-inducing mechanism. As we have been, we've long made the case that we should not use water to facilitate additional growth. And what this needs to be is primarily a project that is essentially a safety project to prevent during peak hours, particularly in the summer when people use a decent amount of water, for you to someday just not have the ability to turn on the tap and get anything. That would be alarming to a lot of folks. It would particularly be a possibility if there was a service interruption of the South Coast conduit itself. That pipe is very old. We have very many indications of it being a potential problem in the near future. And for us to shut it down requires us to for the whole South Coast system to be dependent on only groundwater and what we can bring through Gibraltar. And of course, with the siltation of Gibraltar, our capacity urgent as a protection for the basic public safety of the people of the South Coast. But what I've been trying to do is make sure that the other agencies that are participating with us are amenable to adding several things along the way. We have already allocated at COMB the funds to do essentially a cost study to figure out if there are some ways that we could more equitably distribute those costs. And the particular things that I am looking at is for us to charge non-Kachuma members an operations and maintenance charge because they use the South Coast conduit to move their water, and that we make a charge for any agency that is overusing the pipe. Because if one agency overuses the pipe when it's a hot summer day, the possibility exists for another agency to not be able to draw out their water. And so those are two of the things that I've been working on. Of course, I would hope that we can very near and dear to our hearts because we want to see restoration of Mission Creek. So those are the things that I've been working on in the intervening weeks, but hopefully we will be ready to go forward on the 11th.
Anybody have any questions? Mr. House.
Maybe Ms. Bjork can help with this, or Mr. Williams. But so, how does that work exactly? In the sense that one of the agency members will be receiving a proportional benefit, especially in the case that there's a maintenance requirement to shut down the number one barrel, or if there were a need for the additional capacity at some point without paying for it. How is that being arranged and dealt with short-term, long-term?
Madam Mayor, Council Member House, quite honestly, it's just the other member agencies shouldering the burden of the Carpinteria's participation. And the reason for the willingness of the other agencies to do this at this time, Carpinteria has about a 10% portion of the project, which equates to about $900,000 for this project. This project has been awarded $3.2 million in grant funding, which will not be available probably again. It's sort of our window of opportunity. And I know it was my recommendation that really we have more to lose by not pursuing this project at this time financially than we would gain by holding our place and waiting for Carpinteria to come to the table. There's just too much at stake with that bond funding. And that's why the agencies agreed. I know that's why we recommended to Councilmember Williams that we continue to pursue this project. I can't speak from the other agencies, but I believe that their rationale was very similar.
Thank you. So there won't be any prorated, their rate for the water won't be higher to be able to begin to account for the additional costs or anything. They just made a good gamble and it paid off for them.
At this point in time, we're pursuing the project because we think it's a good window of opportunity from a financial perspective. Long-term alternatives have not been discussed.
And I'll just also add to that that grant that there's a lot of trickiness to making a joint powers agency work, and the trend of sort of participating when you want to and not when you don't has come up with more and more frequently, and it's going to be a long-term challenge to make our water system work. And I think at this point we just got to suck it up and do the right thing because we don't really have a mechanism. Fortunately, we're not at the level of lack of civilization where we would withhold water from Carpinteria in retribution over $900,000. We're not going to do that. But I do think that we will continue to pursue discussions with Carpinteria for them to pay something. Part of this cost study will be significant evidence as to what their benefit is in this system.
I'm not at all doubting the wisdom of what you've done. I believe that this is the right decision. I just was interested to see how it works, and it is a very interesting environment, isn't it, that could happen? All right, well, thank you.
Seems to me that you could charge a little surcharge or something like that if you need to, but I understand. I think the right thing to do is to build that second pipe so that we could use it, but if we need to, especially. But it is disconcerting to see one of the agencies that's going to be receiving the water not go in on the maintenance, on actually the capital costs there. So that's all.
And I definitely will keep those sentiments and convey those sentiments to Carpinteria Valley Water District because I think that's important. I do think they have a responsibility to participate at some level, and I will continue to push that. I think what I have been trying to do is by continuing to move forward the commitments, the promises that I've made to Carpinteria, I do think that also provides them an incentive to become more engaged because they share an interest in the protections that I mentioned before.
Well, thank you. Thanks for your work. I know it's not easy. Anybody else? Ms. Schneider? Sure.
Thank you. Certainly the need for this project is clear, and the consequences of not doing it in the near future could be quite dire for all of us. So I understand that. Just so I understand the numbers a little better, what is our proportion of the $900,000? What percentage or proportion? Or
it's
the
a
number?
much bigger project.
Okay. What's the number of?
Councilmember Schneider, the project, the Second Barrel project, is estimated. We're hoping it'll come in total project cost at about $10.4 million.
Right.
And our percentage of that is right about 40%. It's a little bit more having to pick up a portion of Carpinteria's share. We were at about 39 point something before Carpinteria ducked out. So, about $4 to $5 million, in the $4 million range.
So we were at close to 4, now we're a little over 4. Is that?
Well, and the other thing is I can't give you very firm numbers because we have to wait until the project is rebid to get the new project cost.
Okay.
All of this meant that we were not able to issue the bonds in time to secure the existing bid, so the project will go out for bid again.
I see. Okay. But certainly this slight change in the amount of funding that we're required is enabling us to partake in $3.2 million of outside funds we would otherwise lose.
That's correct. And I think the difference to us is between 400 and 500,000 with Carpinteria not participating. Goleta still remains the largest participant in the project.
Okay. No, I think, but just knowing that $3.2 million would go away and what numbers we're really talking about in terms of the proportion piece of Carpinteria and how that all is going to work out. So I hope we see some good bids as well. So.
Yeah, and that's correct. And I should clarify, when I talk about total project cost, I'm not subtracting out the grant money, because that will be a reimbursement. So we will have an expenditure, and then we will be reimbursed a portion of that expenditure from the grant funding. So although we will have, a $4+ million expenditure, we'll be receiving back, I don't know exactly, but something over $1 million.
Okay, great. Thank you for helping me out with the numbers.
I also have one question too. Shortly before this meeting, I received a phone call from ID1's general manager and our representative, and their take was that they still needed to have another hearing to approve the indemnification agreement. Does that make our date of the 11th in trouble? I was hoping this might be a question for Kate as well. Come on up, and Rebecca, you can
sure,
start.
I'll defer to Kate Reese, who's the general manager for Kachuma Operations Maintenance Board.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Kate Reese and was just introduced. I talked with Chris Dahlstrom, the general manager for ID number 1 as well, yesterday about this, and because we have ID number 1 in the San Ynez Valley does not participate in the South Coast projects, they have requested to have a separate indemnification agreement for those who are, from those who are. It has to be, the parties then to the indemnification agreement are ID number 1, Montecito, the city, Goleta, and Combe. So Carpinteria wouldn't be part of it, but those entities. We are on track now with all of the other independent member units approving that indemnification agreement. It goes to Goleta today. Tomorrow it will be, well, we don't need Carpinteria, I don't believe. And then Combe will vote for it on Friday, December 11th. At that point, the city already authorized staff to go forward with those indemnification agreements, so the city's already done with their approval as well. This was some time ago. So consequently, all of the indemnification for ID1 will have occurred at the Combe table on Friday if all goes as planned and the project and the funding is voted for. ID number 1 then meets on Tuesday, December 15th. They have to independently approve the Combe bond issue because it's over $1 million as part of our charter. And in addition, they then could move forward and approve the indemnification agreement. At that point, they're fully indemnified. My only concern is that their representative at the Combe board table on Friday, if he feels he has to wait until his own agency takes separate action, we might have to come back and re-vote on the 21st of December, which is our regular board meeting. But right now, I encourage Chris to talk with his attorney to be able to have his director vote contingent upon their own district voting in favor of the indemnification agreement as well. So I'm hoping that we can have a full vote at the Combe table, but they then do need to go back separately and independently ratify that vote.
So I guess the thing is, I still have my work cut out for me on Friday, because after all this controversy and people saying, well, Das, we need to move faster because the city has to be the one that goes for this, we still now have one other agency, ID1, that is threatening to not go forward on Friday, saying that they need another week. We'll try to button this down. I think the most important thing is for us to button this down in time to take advantage of the $3.2 million that the state has allocated for this project, and losing that would be really what we need to avoid.
Just to be real clear, the money that the city spends on this is not from our general fund. I mean, that's saying the obvious, but I know some people see us spending anything, they think we're spending it from the general fund, and this is from our water fund. So the ratepayers, if you pay a water bill, but the ratepayers pay for this, but it is very well managed, and they do have some reserves and so on, and they know that they're going to have to do some maintenance, and so they have money for that. So just to be real clear about that. Okay, anything else? Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, item number 20. an appeal.
Item number 20, appeal of Planning Commission denial of a project at 617 Bradbury Avenue.
Okay, and the way appeals work, some of you have not been in on an appeal, is just that we have the staff give us a report, then the appellant will give us their side, and then the applicant their side, and then the public, and then us. So it's pretty straightforward. We just take turns here. So Suzanne Regal, are you going to be, or Betty, do you want me to? Okay, just turn it right over to her. Okay, Ms. Regal. Take your time. I'm not trying to rush you. I just, one of those things. I have a lot of people that want to speak, so. 4. I think the dog hearing is going to still win by the time I leave next week. We had 110 dog owners tell us that their dogs should run free, and that's going to be the biggest one. This looks like maybe about 20 or 25. Okay. Are you looking for a battery? Did we? Okay, sure. You want us to take a quick break? We could do that. You want us to take a break? Just a bit. We're not getting the view on the screen.
It's on.
Oh, okay. It's just warming up. We can do that. Good. Iki.
They want to replace Tim Bynex with this one.
Okay, wherever that is. Okay, thank you. There you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. The project is located at 617 Bradbury. It's in the Central Business District on the westerly side of Bradbury Avenue between Coda and Ortega Streets. The project site is located in the C2 zone, which allows for commercial, residential, or mixed-use projects. I have a map on the right-hand side that shows special design districts. The subject property is shown in yellow on the left. Terracotta color up there is El Pueblo Viejo district, and purple on the bottom is the Brinkerhoff Landmark district. This is a picture of the project site. The project scope includes the demolition of an existing residence and the construction of a 5,488 square foot, 3-story mixed-use building containing 2 1,500 square foot residential units and 2 commercial units with an on-grade parking structure containing 2 one-car garages and 4 open parking spaces. This is a picture of the front and rear elevations. This is a picture of the north and south elevations. As you can see, the 3-story portion is set back 41 feet from the front property line, and the overall building height is 29 feet 8 inches at the rear. The front 2-story component is about 20 feet. This is a picture of the streetscape. I have some building height measurements, such as the building at 124 West Coda, which is the top left building, is approximately 26 feet 2 inches at the ridge. 621, 625, which is the 2-story building on the right side of the subject property that is located in the middle there, is 25 feet at the 2-story portion. And then down on the bottom, we have 625 Chapala Street, which is Chad's. You can see the trash enclosure at the back, but the building is set way back towards Chapala Street. That building is 27 feet 2 inches. And 621 Chapala, the Dudek building, is 25 feet. and 617 Chapala Street is 28 feet. That's the Frazee building. I could not find information on the two-story building to the right of the Frazee building. Back here at the back of the property on the upper left-hand side, there's approximately 2.5 to 3 foot strip of land that is not a part of the subject parcel. So the building on the ground and second floor is approximately 6 inches from the property line. The common open space area is located at the front of the property in the front yard along Bradbury Avenue, and I'll talk more about that under modifications in a moment. We have private outdoor living space highlighted in pink in the upper right-hand corner on the second floor, and then we have the third-story component that is set back 41 feet, and as well it has been set back on all the other elevations. The project required a discretionary approval for a modification of size and or location of the common open area, which is a 15 by 15 area, and a tentative subdivision map for 2 residential condominiums and 2 commercial condominiums. The project has had a total of 6 reviews at the Architectural Board of Review. 2 were under a previous designer and 4 with AB Design Studios. It has gone to the staff hearing officer twice and has been heard at Planning Commission on appeal. Staff has showed consistent support of the land use approvals for this project at each of the project reviews from ABR, SHOW, PC, and now at Council. And the ABR has forwarded this project to staff hearing officer with majority of the board's support. And we, as staff, use that to make the findings for the neighborhood aesthetics. Common open space area. At the staff hearing officer review, the applicant proposed this area in its entirety as the common open space area to be located in a front yard, which needed a modification. The staff hearing officer felt that the main walkway at this point should not be included in that common open space area because it was the main walkway to the 2 residential units and the upstairs commercial space. So what ended up being approved at the staff hearing officer level was this area that is approximately 12 feet by 22.5 feet. This is the appeal activity. The show decision was appealed by a neighbor. The PC upheld that appeal and denied the project, and now the property owner has appealed the PC decision. So staff recommends that the council deny the appeal, approve the project subject to the findings and conditions in show resolution 6209, and direct the applicant to restudy the architectural to be consistent with the westerly side of Bradbury Avenue, and direct the ABR to allow a slight increase in the mass, bulk, and scale to accommodate a change in architectural style if necessary. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Then we'll go right to the applicant. That's in 5.
Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce Clay Arell and Josh Bloomer. They are from AB Design Studios. They're AP lead architects and are architects on this project. I also have with me today David Lack, over here, a small business owner and manager of Lead Santa Barbara LLC, the owner of 617 Bradbury. David is one of the first lead general contractors in Santa Barbara before sustainable projects became popular. One of the first supporters of the U.S. Green Council and a generous community leader. Like many others, Mr. Lack's business has suffered from the economic downturn. My name is Faye Perry. I'm the co-owner of 617 Bradbury. I'm a widow with 3 children who works 3 jobs. Unlike accusations to the contrary, Mr. Lack nor I are big builders. When we saw this property originally, it had a severely neglected 398 square foot single-family residence that was home to 20 people who lived in a shed, in abandoned and disabled vehicles, on sofas outside, and on bunk beds inside. The street file was filled with volumes of criminal activity, zoning violations, and reports of health hazards. This is an infill project with the potential to be a lead live-work project. that can provide jobs for our community, meet the directives of the city's 2030 plan today, and complies with the city's general plan, land use elements, and building ordinances. Mr. Lack also saw this property as a future home for himself, centrally located and within walking distance of the athletic club, shopping, and other amenities. The goal was to develop a platinum LEED project that he could be proud to call home, and confirm that he was not just talking the talk about sustainability, but actually walking the walk as well. The city, by its actions and directives, is committed to LEED projects, the Santa Barbara LEED Airport, the fire stations, to mention a few. Mr. Lack and I share the city's passion and commitment to sustainable buildings. Our proposal is for a small, mixed-use, live-work LEED project. 2 commercial units, 998 square feet in total, and 2 residential units. That makes sense. It is not in the Brinkerhoff nor the El Pueblo Vieja districts. We work closely with the city staff, ABR, and staff hearing officer to gain approval for this project. We conducted studies of the neighborhood uses, architectural styles, and setbacks, and talked to the neighbors. We listened, we made changes, and we followed the rules. The neighborhood is not made up of only the west side of Bradbury. Now I'd like to turn the presentation over to Clay Arell from AB Design Studios, and he will tell you about our project.
Okay, Mr. Arell.
Thank you, Faye. Good afternoon, council members, Madam Mayor. I have a few things I wanted to hand to you. First of which are a series of petitions and letters. We have over 200 signatures supporting our project, including immediate neighbors in the area. First, I want to talk a little bit about the timeline as Ms. Regal, laid out for us. This project, originally under another designer, went to 2 reviews at ABR and really wasn't being supported. And we were brought on to redesign the project. And we took the project to ABR on the first time, and they basically said, change the style, make it more indicative of the neighborhood, lower the roofs. We did that. We came back on the second round with a new aesthetic, a new material selection, and the board was very supportive of it. A majority of the board was very supportive of it, and asked that we put setbacks on the side yard and the rear, and we did that. We've continued to work with ABR on the project. They've given it approval to move forward to staff hearing officer, and that's how we ended up in this process. I'd also like to bring up the issue with the modification. The modification came about the day before we were going to the staff hearing officer. It's a sort of a technical issue in the ordinance that says that the common open area can't be located in the front yard. And meetings with the staff, and almost a year later we realized that the interpretation was incorrect. That's the reason we're asking for the modification. That, and we feel that that area of the site is most appropriate for the open yard area because it addresses the street, creates a quasi pocket park, if you will, and it's much more usable than shoving it at the back rear part of the property. Let's see if this thing's working. I'll just briefly go through this. I know some of you have walked the site, and some of us stood in the rain yesterday at the site visit. But here's some examples of the neighborhood. We are in a C2 zone. We're not required to have any setbacks on our site. There's other projects like this one across the street that is right up on the sidewalk line, right up on the property line. That's very common. We've chosen to take a pedestrian-friendly approach to the sidewalk. Here's another example on our side of the street, on the west side of the street. This parcel is right next door to us. They are, again, you can see they're right up on the sidewalk line with a zero lot situation. Across the street, the Dudek building, which we're all familiar with and know, again, right along this property line here, and not a very friendly presence to the street. We've really done a lot of effort to try to make our project more pedestrian friendly. Here's some examples. One of the things we did is we looked at the context of the neighborhood. We looked at setbacks from the street. We looked at setbacks between buildings. Here's an example of two buildings very close to one another. I believe they're about 3.5 feet apart. Here's another example on the corner of Ortega and Bradbury, where we've got another building right on the property line and a very tight setback here. So if we look at the neighborhood in general, what's consistent is the inconsistencies. There's people on the sidewalk, there's people off the sidewalk, there's people really close to their neighbors, and there's people that aren't really close to their neighbors. Talking about the style of architecture, we originally came in with a more Mediterranean style because of the proximity to El Pueblo Viejo, and we were immediately instructed to not do that. And the majority of the buildings in the area have clapboard siding and are a little bit more Victorian in reference. But we're not in the Brinkerhoff district. The already mixed-use buildings, we talk about use. We studied the whole neighborhood around us within a couple blocks. There's office space at Dudek. There's retail at Frazee. There's commercial buildings, and then there's single-family and multifamily residences. Here's some examples of aesthetics around the neighborhood, and I'd like to point to this building here. This is directly across the street and next door to Frazee. It's a bungalow-type project, and it has flat roofs and clapboard siding, and this project became the marker for us that we looked at and said, well, if we're going to borrow from certain elements of the neighborhood, we'd look to this building. It referenced the other buildings that have clapboard siding and trim around the windows, and we felt that that vernacular fit well within what we were trying to do in terms of flat roofs with green roofs and solar and those kinds of things. Again, looking back at some other buildings, here's that same project here. It's a zero lot line on the sidewalk and along Frazee property. It also has a very large mass that Suzanne referenced earlier, tucked to the back of the site. Here's another project on the corner of Coda and De La Vina that's quite tall. I think it's upwards of about 30 feet with a mansard roof on it. And it's raised off the street with this site wall about 3 feet. This area has a mix of styles. If we look at styles in the neighborhood, we can't just consider the west side of Bradbury. There's the Brinkerhoff, there's the Bradbury, there's Chapala, there's De La Vina, and there's all kinds of things happening. This is actually a building on Bradbury, which is an early California barn. There's an old 60s apartment on De La Vina and sort of a small little quasi-ranch style property. Here's another look at a kind of a modernist apartment building, and then a small little quasi-Spanish. And then we've also got Dudek in the Frazee building, which you know very well. And here's our project, and let's talk about this a little bit. Our first goal was to take the program that the owner wanted and fit it on the site. And one of the things we did is we tucked the larger parts of the massing towards the back. That was our first impression. And we wanted to do that for several reasons. One, we think that it makes sense. Two, we wanted to create pedestrian-friendly atmosphere along the street here. And three, it gives us more accessibility to views from our unit, and it doesn't impede anybody else's views from behind us or next to us. Here's another view of the site. Here's our building here. And as you see, we have a lot of street trees and growth in here, and the building gets masked in the back. Here's a small little building to the south. And then this side here is where our driveway is coming in. You'll see that on the site plan. Our project conforms with the height limits. We have a 60-foot height limit. Our building is sub 30 feet. The building steps back quite a bit, and it's steps back on the sides, on the back, and on the front. The highest point of our project is 29 feet 8. That's to the top of the parapet. And that element is actually 55 feet back from the sidewalk, not 41 feet. And I'll show you that in the next slide. The third-story mass itself is minimized to 1,500 square feet, which is less than 25% of the lot area. And then down below here, we have 37% of allowable elevation area ratio on the north and south and 14% on the front. And this is from a document, and I'd like to hand this up to the council members so they can see this. There's a document that was published in 2005 by Mr. Bill Mahan that talks about comparative analysis of three-story buildings in the downtown area. And this is our site elevation, and while you wouldn't typically do it, I'm doing it anyway for the sake of the presentation. You take, just to be quick, you take the height limit, which is 60 feet, the length of the lot, which is 100 feet, and you come up with 6,000 square feet. That gives you a vertical envelope. The building elevation is the area of all of the elevation that you see here, and I've actually included all of it, even this part that's set back 13 feet. The ratio that we came up with is 0.37. Per that study, anything under 0.40 is exceptional, and here we've met that. Then let's look at the front. So the front is where this is a little bit more telling. The front of the building, the front structure, I've done the elevation ratio here of this portion, which comes out to 0.14, which is quite low. And then for sake of the presentation, I've also pulled together the entire elevation, even if you include portions of the building that are set back 55 feet and 41 feet, including the whole elevation, which you wouldn't typically do, but I'm doing it anyway, and we're still at 0.45, which is still within the recommended 0.40 to 0.60 ratio. What Suzanne was referring to in terms of the three-story portion is the front of this building here that you see. This is actually a taller space in the living areas of the units that is a double height space. The three-story portion is actually back here. So this is just some clear story windows that give a little bit more volume in the building. The reason why we're doing that is because by working with ABR, we've pulled all the plate heights down 8 feet on every level. So we could really push the building down and really reduce the mass and the height of the building. Our common outdoor living space required is, as Suzanne was mentioning, is 225 square feet. We actually have 351 square feet if you count the walkway, and we're counting the walkway because we think it's usable. Open space. Required open space is 10% of the lot. We've provided 17%, which is almost double. Private outdoor living space required is 84 per unit. We have 254 square feet per unit. We exceed it by 160 feet. It's almost 3 times what's required. Our project conforms to city zoning and building ordinances, including modifications which are part of the ordinance. It complies with the policies of the 2030 general plan. Its sizing, massing, and massing were deemed compatible by staff and the ABR and the staff hearing officer. It's well below the height limit of 60 feet, and it's not in either of the 2 historic districts, as mentioned. Our site plan, which we talked about earlier, I'm not going to go into any more detail on that. Here's our roof plan. The thing to notice about the roof plan is we're putting a lot of solar on the roof. This is well and above what we would typically design. We're also doing a lot of areas of green roof. The area above the commercial space in front is all green roof. All of these planters and integrated roof systems that are all green are all areas that we are catching rainwater, filtering it, reusing it, and managing our stormwater. We're doing that in a very elaborate way. Reasons to approve. The project this is a neighborhood in transition. It's not a transitional neighborhood. It's actually defined in the land use element that this is a neighborhood that's in transition. It's transitioning from smaller single family to new apartment complexes are replacing single family houses as West Downtown continues in transition to higher density residential and commercial uses. We have over 35 people supporting. Here's some of examples. In the green, here's our site. All the people in green are all supporting our project all around us. All the areas in gray is the Brinkerhoff and several other people who are not supporting us. Petitions, we have over 200 signatures. Here's some reasons why we think this should be approved obviously compatible with city ordinances. We talked about this. It's a LEED Platinum design. We're going after this aggressively. We want to have this thing be an example of good, clean, green architecture in the city. Exceeds all open space requirements. Here's a view of the project with the trees in the streetscape. Here's another view with the trees removed so that we can see how the massing steps back. And on the other side here, it steps back like that. And then here's back again with this. Lastly, I want to leave you with, this is for you. These are facts of the project. I'd like you to have these as you're hearing the public comment. I'd really urge the council to really pay attention to what the merits and the facts are of the project. There's a lot of people that are going to stand up here and talk about how it's ruining the neighborhood and how it's too big and it's all these things, and they're very subjective and they're valid concerns. But this project is very important to the fabric of the downtown core, and I think it should move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anybody else? Oh. Okay. Streets on the left side. You can just, yeah. Thank you. You want to see it? Okay.
Mayor Bloom?
Yes,
please. Before turning to the public hearing, normally we would reference the members of the Planning Commission present.
Right.
I believe both Sheila Lodge and Charmaine Jacobs.
Okay.
And then I think that the speakers from the ABR may have submitted speaker slips, and
Okay.
we can have them
Try to
come
pull
up during
those
the
out.
public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Lodge, do you have anything you would like to say? I actually watched your meeting.
Madam Mayor, I had a question
go
for
ahead.
the applicant.
Okay, go ahead and ask that question, and then Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Lodge can come up. Go ahead.
So the two criticisms would be that one would be the sort of, I guess, flat roof style, and the other would be the size. So I had questions about those. Did you look at, doing something previously in the ABR process that was more Victorian or more bungalow, or did you guys look at that before?
Well, let me see if I can address that. The design has always been intended to have flat roofs for a few reasons. One, it's a great way to do the many green things that we're trying to do: collect water, manage where it goes, and how to deal with it in a very efficient manner. Two, do a lot of solar. We've always wanted to do a lot of solar on this project. And three, incorporate as much green roof and planter areas on the building as we can. And those planter areas do stormwater management. They also reduce the heat island effect of the building. So they're very green LEED type techniques. So we've always stuck with the flat roof aesthetic and referenced that one project across the street that I mentioned earlier as sort of a combination of flat roof and the Victorian-esque style that's found on the street.
Okay, and then in terms of the bulk, did you guys look at all at grading the rear portion of the lot so that that this would be at grade and this would be slightly below grade?
Yeah, and thanks for asking that. We did look at that. The biggest issue that we have with that is going to really be ADA. We're parking back underneath, so if we drop that grade, we can't ramp up. So it would be a pretty intricate system of doing probably moving the elevator, doing it in a whole new different way that probably wouldn't facilitate the project. So there's an ADA concern. The second is water management. Right now we're at grade and we're sloping out, so we don't want to create a well that's collecting water per se in the building. And then the third is always cost. It's very expensive to do that.
And as far as the ADA, do you? Obviously, if it was a 6 inches or a foot, you probably wouldn't have a problem. What was the sensitivity here? And I guess that's also a question in cost. 6 inches of grade or a foot of grade isn't going to cost you very much, but 10 feet would cost you a whole lot. So
Well, 6 inches of
what's the sensitivity
6 inches of
here?
6 inches of grade differential is 6 feet of ramp. So working that all out with all the other things is a considerable redesign of the project. And in a foot drop is 12 feet of ramp. So that combined with how the parking is worked out and all those issues didn't facilitate a very easy solution.
Okay. And I think I looked at this before, but what are the ceiling heights in the
We have 8-foot plates on the 2-story residential portion that's over the parking, and the parking has to be 8'4" per ADA.
The parking has to be 8'4"?
Parking from the slab, you have to have 8'4" clear from the slab to the bottom of the slab.
Okay. Why are there so many parking lots that have less than that? That are older. Okay. And then I guess the square footage of the units.
They're equally 1,500 square feet.
Okay. And then the last question is, why don't you like the staff recommendation?
I'm sorry?
Do you agree with the staff recommendation or opposed to the staff recommendation, and if so, why?
I believe the staff's recommendation is to uphold our appeal to the City Council of the Planning Commission's decision.
Right.
That I agree with.
So you agree with the staff
Yes.
recommendation?
The second part of the recommendation is to send it back to ABR for redesign. That part I'm not in complete agreement with.
So you're in agreement with point 1 of the staff recommendation, but not points 2 and 3?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And the reason being is ABR already looked at mass, bulk, and scale. I know that there's members here who've never really liked the project that are going to speak today, but a majority of the board was supportive of the project. And that's why we have more than 1 people on ABR.
Thank you,
or
Clay.
City Council for that matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Clay.
Our planning commissioners, Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Lodge.
Hello, council members. Madam Mayor, pardon me, well, in the order of briefness, I just read off my PDA. I promise this will make things quicker. As you know, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to support the neighborhood's appeal and to deny without prejudice the proposed project. We could not make the findings for necessity of the modification, and without the modification, the project does not meet the city's standards for subdivision approval. Moreover, the Commission did not find the proposed project to be compatible with the prevailing character of the neighborhood, and prevailing character of the neighborhood is what is required by the ordinance. The prevailing character of this neighborhood is human scale, 1- and 2-story multifamily, some low-density commercial buildings. These buildings were all referenced in the applicant's proposal, but their building is quite different. 2 buildings which front on Chapala Street actually use Bradbury as their alleyway, but these 2 very large lots that span from street to street are the exception and not the rule. The character of the remainder of this neighborhood is small lots, buildings that are of modest size and of fairly uniform character. Regarding the front yard modification, it is just not necessary. The lot is suitable for development, but this 3-story development is too big and too bulky. The applicant in his presentation references mostly 1-story buildings. Certainly 1- and 2 stories with open space that meets the code and does not ask for modifications would be doable and easily approvable on this small lot. And just a word about front yards and backyards. Not long ago, I was before you talking about a modification down by the beach. And I said, this is a good modification, this one for this duplex down off of Cabrillo. And these 2 projects could not be more different. The project before you today is asking for a modification in the front yard, in the public realm. The neighbors are asking you, most of them do not approve this project. A modification in the backyard setback, that's really between neighbors. But when it's in the front yard, this council, you have decided time and again that front yard setbacks, front yard usage, the public realm is important. In the Samarkand area, you upheld a project an appeal of a project that would have encroached into the front yard setback. And I ask you to think back to that and to be consistent and to continue to send the message to staff and to developers that the front yard is something that neighbors care about and that the city cares about. The front yard is not the place for the backyard to go, and that's what this modification is asking you for. And the backyard is where someone who lives here might decide to go out and sit in his bathing trunks, have a beer, and listen to some music. Or maybe some toddler birthday party and some friends playing ball. That is not activity for the front yard and the side and right on the sidewalk. There's a difference between the front yard and the backyard, and this project is asking you to forget that, to say front yard, backyard, what's the difference? There is a difference, and we all know what it is. Finally, the modifications to the zoning code today are not, they are discretionary. It's your decision. You do not have to approve this project, and I ask you to uphold and support the Planning Commission's decision to send this project back, let it get designed again in a way that is more in keeping with the neighborhood. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Lodge?
And here for questions.
Oh, do you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Schneider has a question for you.
Thank you. It is about, I did watch the tail end of the Planning Commission hearing. I saw it live on TV. And also just for the record, so people know, I was at the site yesterday. I just missed the site visit crew, but I was there. So I did look around the area. As I understand the modification, it's the common open space modification, as you mentioned, that normally would not be in the front yard. And I heard what you said about the
it's the backyard.
Appropriate. It's the backyard. So if if that 15 by 15 foot open space, the common open area space was somewhere else, then would it be your opinion that it would be okay to lose some of that open space in the front yard? Because as I understand it, that front yard green space on the ground is providing some of the setback of some of the building towards the back, which in some ways is a relief of the 3-story element. So is that, maybe I missed that part of the meeting.
Once again, Councilmember Schneider, this is a discretionary action.
Sure.
You're being asked to approve 2 1,500 square foot units. Those are big. That's a big unit. When I first moved to Santa Barbara, I lived in a 4-bedroom house that had the same square footage. Yeah. So to say that these are modest-sized units, I think, is misleading. They could easily be smaller. And for the developer to say that they can only develop their property if they are allowed to bulk it up towards the street, into the ceiling, into the sky, I would suggest that there may be other ways to do it. There's a duplex there now. It's small and it's funky. But certainly in terms of square footage and what's in the neighborhood already, the property can be very nicely developed without having to push into the front yard, without having to go up 3 stories. But it will take a different attitude on behalf of the developer to make that happen. And so it really is a discretionary action, saying that you do or don't think that maximizing this lot, and it is a small lot, is the right message to send to the community.
I appreciate your clarification.
Did I answer your question? No.
Yeah, I think you did. Thank you.
It's not an either or. You can say no modification and say we also would like a setback that's in keeping with the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Williams has a question too.
I have some of the same, feelings like this is a little bit big, but I also wonder if this kind of modification is a big enough hook to, hold a relatively small project hostage. So those are the two things going on in my mind, and kind of what I've wondered is, if this is not what should go there, what should it be shaped like? And I didn't really get a good idea of that from the Planning Commission hearing. And so do you have an observation? I mean, I know you can't speak on the whole Planning Commission's behalf because there wasn't a whole lot of direction. So I guess what my criticism would be not enough direction as to what should go there, and then, but do you? I'm giving you a second chance to ameliorate that, to deal with that issue. What should go there?
Certainly, I am speaking on my own behalf. The Commission's charge was to consider what was before it, and that was, does this need a modification? And the Commission said no. Does it match with the prevailing character of the neighborhood? And the Commission said no. As to what would match the prevailing character of the neighborhood and would not need a modification, I suggest that it would be a building of smaller square footage, that 1,500 square feet and 3 stories is probably not in keeping with the neighborhood. There are good architects and designers working on it, but they've been given a program that I don't think is approvable, and that the Commission did not think was approvable. I think they have to start over. That's why we gave it a denial without prejudice, so that it could work its way back into the process at a more modest scale, something more in keeping with what the neighborhood has. 2-story buildings, smaller office spaces. If you look down and around in the neighborhood, there are commercial enterprises, but they're kind of cottage industry. You know, they fit into the building. They're not trying to be Chapala Street. And I don't think that this should try to be Chapala Street. I think it needs to be something of a smaller, more modest, more human scale nature. On the other hand, I don't want to design from the hip today. It's developable. It's definitely a piece of land that can be developed beyond what it is today, but not with this project.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Lodge? I'm going to have to say something, and I don't usually do this. I do usually make a remark at the beginning of a hearing that we don't have any clapping or booing or anything like that. And we're not doing that, but there and I'm not going to name names, but there are some of you who are wincing and shaking your head and doing all kinds of things that really is not it's not conducive to a fair hearing. I would like to concentrate on what people are saying, not on what people are wincing. It's just, it's very close to booing. And so if you can't help yourself, and I understand, I've been in situations where I couldn't help myself, go and watch the television in room 15 and wince all you want to, and boo and hiss even. Just don't do it so loudly that we can hear it, because I really want to make a fair judgment here. I want to listen to what people are saying. Ms. Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Sheila Lodge. I'm the new kid on the block in terms of being on the Planning Commission, but I am also the old kid on the block, having served there many years ago. And things have changed, and I wouldn't say that they have changed for the better. It seemed to me that in the past, staff works for the city. And they saw their job as looking at projects and saying, is this the best possible project for the city of Santa Barbara? And they work for you as the elected representatives of the city. Now it seems as if and perhaps this is customer service or something like that, but they seem to regard the project applicants as their clients. And they do everything they can to get the project through. And when a project has come repeatedly to the ABR, people finally say, we really have got to let this thing go on. We can't keep making more demands. And sometimes the applicants are responsive and sometimes they're not. I don't have a problem with what the uses that are proposed for this lot. I don't have a problem with the flat roof. And doing the rooftop things. This morning I went around and took some photos of Victorian buildings that have false fronts. This one happens to have a peaked roof, but it doesn't have to. I can go to the next slide that shows it from the side. Common in Victorian uses. This next slide. It's a duplex on the inner west side. Next slide. That's right around the corner on Coda. And this is one that for which the architect showed you a slide. They used that. Thank you, Suzanne. They used that. I believe they told us that they referenced that in the materials on the outside of their project to help tie it in. But there are other things about this building. It has a flat roof, but it's got things that give it that they keep it from being have a bulky feel of the building that is before you. That charming little archway, the two little structures. They're kind of funky on top, but they make it a Victorian building, and it's still flat roofed. When the Planning Commission made its 4-0 decision, it was because we could not make the findings of neighborhood compatibility or that the aesthetics were appropriate. We just couldn't do that. And Mr. Cotto at the time asked what message staff should take away, and I thought it was pretty clear that, you know, the building needed to relate to the neighborhood more. The project is not terribly tall, but when you compare it to other buildings of similar heights around it, the ones that it's being compared with are ones with peaked roofs, not roofs that extend across most of the lot at that height. And that is part of what makes it so bulky. And you know, they're talking about it being live-work, and I just spoke to someone who lives at El Zoco, which it's a project that's been, goodness, I think it's about 15 years old, maybe older than that. It's all live-work, 17 units. Only 4 of them are used as live-work units. So, and there's no way of assuring that this kind of use will continue, although it certainly is a desirable thing. Just sort of take that part of it with a grain of salt. I asked about El Zoco if people had gotten older and had closed their businesses and retired and stayed there, and I was told that no, there'd been a lot of turnover, and those are ownership units, price controlled. So I ask you to deny the appeal and send a message to everyone that the city comes first, the city as a whole, and that aesthetics and neighborhood compatibility do matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lodge. Anybody? Okay, Ms. Schneider would like to ask you a
Ms. Lodge?
question.
Commissioner Lodge?
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you. I wonder if you could help me in terms of the Planning Commission's conversation as it relates to the recommendation. Now, obviously, it's saying to uphold the appeal, you're saying to deny the appeal, but the second part of the recommendation about going back for a different type of style and allowing for additional size, bulk, and scale as required to change the architectural style of the building. It seems to me there were some, as I understood what I saw from the commission meeting, there were some issues with the design, but it was also a size, bulk, scale issue. So to change the design but allow for additional size, bulk, and scale would also cause a problem, I would imagine.
Yeah, I suspect
in your mind.
Staff can correct me, but I suspect they included that so that perhaps if they decided to go to a peaked roof or something like that. Okay.
That was,
or
the,
parapets,
that was the idea behind
yeah,
it. Okay.
So, and what the Planning Commission did is we granted the appeal and said go back and do it essentially what we're asking you to do now.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Williams has a question. Yes, Mr. House.
Madam Mayor, your suggestions were very helpful to answer my previous question, which was what kind of changes could be made, perhaps even leaving it a flat-roofed building, but still to make it more compatible with the architectural styles of the surrounding areas. So that I guess I'm into that. The one question I would have is, from our many conversations about the value of an adequate front yard relief of space, I'm wondering why it's not a good thing to have the open space concentrated on the front to give more relief from the streetscape. Because I was a little surprised, because that's something we've talked about many times and something that I think sometimes that you're in favor of. So I just help me get my mind around why is that a good idea?
That is something that I feel less strongly about, making sure that there's private open space than Commissioner Jacobs does. I did not have a big problem with that, with the modification. It was the issues of size, bulk, and scale, and neighborhood compatibility and aesthetics.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. House, one more.
Yes, and thank you very much. I appreciate you bringing these images to help with the design issues that we're talking about today. The zoning here is C2, and the same thing for the properties on either side. And the question I have is bothered me a little bit. If this had been just a commercial building, there would have not been any required open yard. If it was just only commercial, and there's no side yard setback requirement for a commercial-only building, correct?
Correct.
So, is the fact that that there's dwellings there that's a fundamental distinction that is guiding the conversation at Planning Commission? I'm not advocating for one thing or another. I'm just curious as to what, like, you wouldn't have necessarily had as Mr. Williams is talking about, the open space in the front if it had been truly just a commercial building, and you wouldn't have had necessarily any setbacks on the side. And, so to what degree does it come into the Planning Commission's discussion of this property that it has a mixed-use characteristic?
Well,
because they could have come forward with just a commercial building, and they wouldn't have had to provide any of that. There wouldn't have been a modification.
That's true, but I don't know if they would have gotten approval in terms of compatibility with the neighborhood. There are commercial uses all along Brinkerhoff, but they're in the existing Victorian buildings.
I see. The issue that was before you, though, Planning Commission, was the modification. That was the reason for which it came, right?
It came to us for that reason. We also had to make the finding that it was compatible and that it fit with the aesthetics of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Me there. Yes, sure. Ms. Jacobs.
Just in terms of Councilmember House's question, commercial square footage versus residential square footage. In Santa Barbara, one of our main businesses these days is residential square footage. It sells really well. And I'm sure the Commission would be glad to entertain the residential portion being gone and 2,000 square feet of commercial space on this site. But that's not what's being proposed. What's being proposed is quite a bit larger.
Thank you.
Madam?
Yes, go ahead.
The condominium findings do require that the decision maker find that the development is consistent with the principles of sound community planning. I believe the Commission discussed that at their meeting, and will not have an adverse impact upon the neighborhood's aesthetics, park, street, traffic, parking, and other community facilities and resources. So the condominium findings did pose those questions for the Planning Commission.
Okay. Okay, we should have the public now, if I'm correct on this. ABR, yes, I've got
Chris Hillman he didn't turn in a speaker sleep.
Okay,
slip.
come on up.
Thank you.
And then we have Paul Zink, too.
Yeah, close enough.
Folks are the appellants.
Madam Mayor, City
Yes,
Council
hi.
members, I'm here today on behalf of the ABR. My name is Chris Gilliland. As you know, and has been shown here today, this project has gone through extensive review. There have been 6 reviews at ABR, which is more than is typical for a project like this. And at the last meeting, we determined that the mass, bulk, and scale of the project is appropriate to the lot, and that the building style is compatible with the neighborhood. There were members of the board that were in opposition, but the majority of the board feels that this project is ready to move ahead, and we encourage you to rely on ABR's judgment as you've done so many times before. My own personal view is that these are the types of projects that we should be approving and encouraging as infill in the downtown core where appropriate. Mixed-use live workspaces, incorporating green roofs and walls, solar power, rain catchment systems, and other thoughtful stormwater management practices, et cetera, et cetera. The area where this project is located has been defined by the city as an area in transition, and I think this project successfully demonstrates what that area can transition to. I realize not everyone likes the flat roofs, excuse me, and the flat roofs and contemporary style of this building, of this specific building, but not all the new green construction that is to take place in these transitional areas of the city will look like this. But this building has been subjected to an intensive review process and was found to be of appropriate mass, bulk, and scale, and the style was found to be compatible with this neighborhood, and these were the ABR's findings. So thank you for your time. Do you have any further questions?
I just had one, and then Ms. Schneider. We have a conclusion in here by our staff. It says staff believes it would be appropriate to require the architectural style be changed to be more compatible with the buildings on the west side of Bradbury Avenue. So if we send it back to ABR, what would you do with it?
Well,
to me, that's a huge change, a drastic change.
it is a big change. I think we've made our stance clear at this point that we're okay with the style as it is. And I think the applicant brought up good points about why the roofs need to be flat in terms of solar and the rest of it. But of course, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. As far as what we would do, and I think just adding a pitch roof to this building is not a fix. And I think it would mean an extreme redesign. So
extreme makeover.
Extreme makeover, and I'd be hesitant to do that.
I understand. Okay, yeah, I don't think they were talking about just pitching a roof. Okay, Paul Zink, thank you very much. Anybody else?
I had a quick
question.
question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms.
That's
Schneider
okay.
has a question. I'm sorry.
Were you, and it was related to the mayor's question, were you on ABR the first two times when it had a different style and then transitioned over to, okay, and if Mr. Zink was, I guess I'll just say my question and maybe you can comment on that of what that was like of transitioning from a different style into this current style. But if you were not on I couldn't remember if you were on there
no.
the first two times.
Was
Thank
not.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Paul Zink?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may just quickly qualify what we're saying at possible design changes in our recommendation is not necessarily to go to a strict traditional peaked roof Victorian style, but along the lines of what Commissioner Lodge pointed out, there are certain details of simplicity of design, and there are some design elements in this project that trellises, higher window, clear stories. They're nice design elements, but they aren't as simple and traditional. So there could be design changes without having to go to a completely different design. At least if that is what the council and the ABR and the applicant wanted to get their hands around, we believe that's possible.
Okay, thank you. Paul Zink, ABR member. Are there any other ABR members? Oh, hi, Gary. He's in the back. Okay, I'll put you up next.
I asked the applicant if he could go back to the image that had no trees because it really showed the architecture and the scale. I happen to be on the minority side of the ABR review when we were going across this. And the concern that the board had, my name is Paul Zink, is the bulkiness, the size, and the scale. It was very large. And some of us on the board felt it was aggressive to its neighbors. And the model is fantastic. I'm glad the applicant brought one by. If you take a look at it, the back, say, half of the property has a wall, a perimeter wall, that's either 12 inches or 24 inches from the property line, and it is 12 and a half feet tall. In the corners, there's two elements that are 18 feet 2 inches tall. Now, this is basically on the property line. The rest of the neighborhood on that side of Bradbury have a setback of, say, 6 feet. There's one garage back there that might be on the property line or 12 inches back. And you can see how this building dwarfs that little garage shed that already exists. So that gives you a sense of scale of when this building gets built, the largeness that this will be imposing on this side of Bradbury and adjacent to the original old Victorian craftsman bungalow houses that are there. So that was the concern some of us board members had. We weren't successful in convincing other board members. I would say that all of us on the board find this to be a very well-designed building. It is very well crafted. We have nothing to say about green architecture and all that kinds of things. We're just looking at the neighborhood itself and what belongs in this vicinity. And when you look at the adjacencies, this building is out of scale and out of character, and the character overrules. But we had not enough votes, and so it's in front of us now. On a personal note, I would feel that this building is more appropriate across the street, next to the Dudak building, or next to the Frazee building, where you already have zero lot line buildings, and the massing that happens there you would be continuing what's already there. We've lived with the Dudak building since the 70s, and we were waiting for this property next door to be developed to continue it on, but it's been sitting out there like waiting. The possibility exists because he's the first building that's going up and becoming this large. It's going to make the other one say, now when are you going to come along? So in a transitional area, there's a progression that happens. And the first person who builds up doesn't get all of the benefits that the last person gets because it has to be a transition that happens over time. And so when you look at the model and you look at the perimeter and you look at how this is going to be seen from other places in the neighborhood and in town, you'll sense that this is a very large structure that is foreign to the forms that already exist. So that was the concern the minority people on the board had.
Okay. Thank you, Paul, for coming in. Gary Mosel? Another ABR member.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Council. I am an ABR member. I am not speaking on behalf of the ABR. And I also want to acknowledge that I have done work for LAC Construction. And because I've done work for LAC Construction, I stepped down on the ABR. So my vote was not counted on the ABR. Previously, before I've done work for LAC Construction, I did review the project that had the 2 reviews before that on that building. But what I want to say has to do mostly with the neighborhood character. And what we have here is our city urban design guidelines clearly state that when you have a structure of merit nearby, you are to build towards that goal. You're to build towards the structure of merit, and you're supposed to build towards the building that best represents that neighborhood. And I believe that this project is nowhere near that. Now, it can maintain flat roofs. There's a nice building on the corner of Delavina and Coda. It has the Donovan Hair Salon. If you look at that, that's an Italianate building where it is a flat rooftop and it has corbelling on the outside, and it's close to the nature of the Bradbury district. And that could be built. They could build it in an East Lake style, which is close to what the Brinkerhoff district would have. And that would be transitional. So in my opinion, the applicant hasn't gone to that area where it could be built to blend in with the neighborhood and have the sustainability that the applicant wants, the flat roofs, the green applications. So there are things that can be done to this building that can make it compatible and get close to what the applicant wants. As far as the modification goes, I'm not in complete favor of the modifications. Usually when you have modifications, an indication that the building is over too large, and perhaps it is. Front yard setbacks are for the public. They're relief for the public, they're relief to bring it down to human scale. They're not necessarily used for outdoor living space. So that is the reason that we have that. So we certainly want those setbacks. We want to build with those setbacks. It reliefs buildings from the sidewalk and from the street. Those are things that are positive. The building on the corner, which used to be the Redwood Inn, has great relief all the way around it. So that relief we want, but we still want that outdoor living space. So the answer is we want both. It's really not a decision of one or the other. It's a decision of that, yeah, we want the relief and we want that, especially if you want to build it as a condominium complex. Thanks, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Anybody? Okay, thank you very much, Gary. Okay, it's to the public, unless staff has anything else? Okay, to the public, and if you can come up and make your point, and if somebody else has already made it, just say I agree with that one. Whitney Perry will be followed by Gordon Brewer.
I'm here to lend my support to this project. I'd like to see more green buildings in Santa Barbara in support of sustainable living. I feel that this project has been through rigorous review, and I think it would be time for this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice and to the point. Gordon Brewer will be followed by Joe Danley.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Gordon Brewer. I've been a resident of Santa Barbara about 25 years and a voter. I think I probably voted for all of you at least twice. So
that's good. Well, we love you.
I would urge you to support the appeal and approve the project as it is. It's really tough. A lot of times I hear this. It's really tough for me personally. I have friends on both sides of this issue. But when I look at the project, I think it does a very good job of being present in our century and our time and responding to the neighborhood in terms of the character of the materials, but still being faithful and true to what today is. So I would urge you to think of, on behalf of future architectural historians, who, if we allow this thing to be built to look just like the old buildings, what are they going to do in the future to be able to say and judge what happened in 2000? I believe it needs to reflect what's here and now and what's today. And I think the sustainable goals are truly commendable, and we need more of that if we're going to survive, for another century. In terms of this term of compatibility is bannered about an awful lot, and I have some thoughts about that, and I'd like you to consider just for a second if you were some sort of a celestial ABR group trying to decide whether to allow a 300-foot tall redwood tree in the midst of 6 to 10-foot ferns. Now you would say immediately, my gosh, that's incompatible. That it's not part of the neighborhood. But to anyone who's ever been in a redwood forest, it's immensely compatible. One informs the other, and they give each other meaning and definition. And I think this project will give the future meaning and the neighborhood meaning and definition in the same fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Danley, followed by Sherry Ray McKinney.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Joe Danley. I'm here in support of this project, and I'm taking your comments to heart, Madam Mayor. So far, nothing has been said to cause me to wince or roll my eyes. I hope my comments will do the same. Just as a point of information, 22 years ago, I developed the Mesa Village Shopping Center up on the Mesa across from Lazy Acres. Eclectic, I think, is the word. If there's an eclectic neighborhood in Santa Barbara, the Mesa, that commercial area there certainly fits the bill. And I've heard the term bandied about here. When I first learned of this project, the first thing I did was do a site visit. Fortunately, I went last week when the weather was good and not yesterday. But I think if there is an eclectic neighborhood, again, this Bradbury block certainly fills the bill. You run the gamut from, as pointed out, little cottages up to the Dudek and Frazee building and everything in between. And I think this project falls somewhere in between, and I see no reason why it shouldn't be allowed there. It's not in the Brinkerhoff neighborhood, so I don't think it has to fit in with that type of architecture. The modification they're asking for is minor, I feel. I don't think it should be an issue where some of the speakers up here have kind of gotten into the minutia, but I think overall it's a good project. It's green, it makes it environmentally sensitive. It does allow for 2 units right in the downtown area, which I think is a good thing. And I think it should be approved as presented, and I hope you feel the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Ray McKinney will be followed by Michael Holliday.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. We're here today to determine whether or not the Planning Commission made the proper decision when it denied this project. I attended that meeting and I watched the Planning Commissioners discuss, deliberate, and ultimately determine that they could not make the findings of neighborhood compatibility. As a neighborhood advocate, I was pleased with their ultimate decision. I urge you to be guided by the collective wisdom of those Planning Commissioners as you rule today. Much has been said about how green this project is, and therefore making it more desirable even in its incompatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. However, green projects can certainly be built to fit in with existing neighborhoods. The Victoria Garden Mews, for example, currently being built on Victoria Street, just a few blocks from my home, It's already the recipient of environmental awards for its LEED Platinum designation. And part of the project that fronts the street is a duplication, a brand new Victorian, to replace the one that was torn down. It has all the green features of cistern and solar energy and all of that. So I would urge you to consider that green does not preclude historic sensitivity. The developers have shown great sensitivity in that project to the pattern, rhythm, and the feel and the fabric of the neighborhood. I would ask you to ensure that this particular project does not risk becoming a gateway that will lead to the destruction of a modest, authentic Santa Barbara neighborhood. And I would ask you to deny the appeal and require a redesign of the project. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Michael Holliday? Oh, okay. Well, I've got two people who said they want Michael to speak for him. So it's Joe Hackett. Is he here? No. Oh, did you want to speak anyway since he's gone? No. Okay. And Chris Thibodeau? Same thing. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and committee, I'm just here to support the project. I've studied architecture. I used to live out in New York and moved out to California because in hopes of what I thought was the idea that it was more greener out in California. And so I support this based on, I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry.
You're doing fine.
But I support it because I think that we need to move in that direction. And if we don't, we're going to have problems down the road. And it might not be my kids, could be the next kids, my kids' kids. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon Brewer?
Oh, he
already spoke, but I've got Nicholas saying that you want Gordon to speak for you. So I don't know. We don't usually do this. It's sort of funny. Okay, let's go on. Mary Louise Days. We know Mary Louise. There you are. And Brett, be followed by Brett Stone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Mary Louise Days. I feel that this project should not need a modification. Usable open space is necessary for residences. I believe that a full redesign of this project is warranted. It's too much for the site. The site is across a narrow avenue from a portion of El Pueblo Viejo. It's not way apart from the two landmark districts. It's about 50 feet from the Brinkerhoff Avenue Landmark District, which I worked on when it was created in 1982. The site is very close to several structures of merit and potential landmarks. Chad's, which has been referred to, is actually the Sherman House structure of merit. It's a designated city structure of merit across the street. Approval of this project would constitute an intrusion and a significant alteration to the neighborhood's character. The area needs special zoning protection because it does include old, attractive buildings. It is an established neighborhood which has had really quite slow change. There was reference to a 2030 plan. I don't know what that is. There's not been an adopted general plan amendment as yet this year. I'd like to quote from Santa Barbara City Charter Section 814B regarding the ABR. It says that the Architectural Board of Review shall consider and be guided by the protection and preservation, as nearly as is practicable, of the natural charm and beauty of the area in which the city is located, and the historical style, qualities, and characteristics of the buildings, structures, and architectural features associated with and established by its long, illustrious, and distinguished past. That does not call for frequent approval by any of the design boards of modern style buildings or contemporary buildings that, in the opinion of many of us, do not comply with the Santa Barbara idea of architecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brett Stone will be followed by Wayne Pendry. Brett not here? Wayne Pendry here? Oh, you're there.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm Brett Stone. I'm an environmental and sustainability lawyer here in Santa Barbara at Paladin Law Group. For the record, I do not represent the applicant. I do not have a personal or business stake in this. I'm here on my own time to talk to you about the importance of projects like this for our community, for our future. This is a prime example of a sustainable infill development close to town. All of the green portions of this project have been presented. This is exactly what we need. We need more projects like this. We need to be moving in that direction, and I want to urge you to think about, when you're deciding on this, the precedent you will be setting if you deny this project. You want to encourage and not discourage this type of structure, and there will be more of them in the future, and you want to encourage that. You want to encourage close proximity to downtown. You want to encourage mixed use. You want to encourage green roofs, solar panels, stormwater protection. All of these things should be going through your mind, and think about what will be happening if you deny this project. How will the next developer be discouraged? What will it do? Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Pendry, to be followed by Kellum DeForest.
Hello, Mayor Marty Bloom. It's good to see you again, and City Council members. I am Wayne Pendry. I serve with the U.S. Green Building Council. I'm not a spokesman for the U.S. Green Building Council, but I have spoken to a lot of my colleagues in the area for the U.S. Green Building Council, as well as for Green Build Santa Barbara. We are all in support of this project. I have found nobody that is against what this project represents. I serve with the CBPCA, the California Building Performance Contractor Association. I'm a trainer for the organization. This project is what we are looking for and promoting with AB 811 that is coming down the pipeline. This project fits with the scope of what we're looking for in the future as we move forward. We are in transition. This represents change. We're trying to build better than we have before. I have to quote, the United States has used more resources since 1945 than the whole world has since before that time. That is not sustainable. The homes that are in the neighborhood, the way they were built, that's not sustainable. We cannot continue to build this way. We need to look at this project as a new way of building. This is the way we need to move forward. You have the position to help us move forward as the leaders of this city, and we look forward to your support in moving forward with AB 811 and grasping all of these potentials of using less water, using less energy, and making a statement of what green building can be and how beautiful Santa Barbara can be as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Kellum DeForest will be followed by Karen McFadden.
Good afternoon. Kellum DeForest. My question is, how can staff recommend the denial of a project that your Planning Commission has upheld? Would Mr. Wiley kindly point out where in the City Code is the Planning Division allowed to recommend the overriding of a decision of the Planning Commission? I thought that was only your purview. The Planning Commission decided after a much deliberation that this project did not conform to the aesthetics of the neighborhood, both in size and architectural design. It is huge, especially for that neighborhood. The applicant, and I know he does realize, that his project is only one small lot away from the historic Brinkerhoff district. I don't know, but I presume that those here speaking that think this project is wonderful and needs to be approved because of its green nature want to convert Santa Barbara to an entire forest of similar buildings. And where would Santa Barbara be? It would be entirely different, and that is not what we in historical preservation wish to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen McFadden, followed by Andrew Rotman.
Hi, I'm Carrie McFadden, excuse me, and I'm a neighbor, and I also own a commercial mixed-use property down on Chapala Street, and someday I may be coming before you to ask for modifications or to do a remodel on one of my projects. I find it interesting that the green agenda is being looked at, that it should be immediate approval on your part when we've already heard that you can do green and do it where it's appropriate to the neighborhood. I think this project, it's a nice project. I like it. I don't like it in our neighborhood. I think the owners deserve to do a great project right there. The one that's there right now isn't good. And I don't know where this even would belong in downtown Santa Barbara, period. Would it belong up on the Mesa on Shoreline Park? Would it belong on the other side of State Street where you have similar architecture? Would it belong out in Goleta in the industrial park? Yes, it would belong there. Would it belong on the beach in Ventura? Yes, it would belong there. They're big, bulky, square boxes. This doesn't fit the neighborhood. It'll never fit the neighborhood in this design. And we've had a lot of mistakes in our neighborhood. And this is going into a whole different, very scary direction. And I think you can do green, sustainable, whatever you want to do, but it can be part of what is a good neighborhood plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Rotman, followed by Theone Condos. Andrew.
Hello, Council. The City Councils before you went through many processes, which included public input, to come up with a vision for the City of Santa Barbara. This is expressed in the general plan and the zoning ordinances. This information tells us what the whole community desires. You need areas to work, live, and play. As in all things, there will be transition zones between these areas as the areas change to the vision that the city has. This project is in one of those zones. The city's vision for this area is commercial per the planning documents. The whole community decided as a whole that this is what is best for the city needs. In the current planning process for where we want to go as a community in the future, you're not looking to change the zoning of this area. So even today, you feel that this is the correct zoning use for the site per your own guidelines. This is the overall master plan that the city has to meet the needs of the city. The rules that you give us are based on this master plan. Yet all it takes is for a small minority of the city's total population to not like a part of that city's master plan that could possibly affect them, to possibly get spot changes to the overall master plan. This project is not 100% commercial like the projects across the street from it. It is a mixed-use project that provides transitioning from commercial to residential. It is not the first commercial project on the street since Frazee, Dudak office building, and also the former Chaz, which is actually also a through street, and the elevations did not show the current building that's under construction, almost complete, that is close to the street and is almost as tall as the Dudak building. These were not vacant sites when these buildings were proposed and built. The use of these sites changed to uses that are in the city's visions of a viable city, even though the projects around them were smaller and that these new buildings were larger. It did not stop them. People are saying that this will change the Brinkerhoff district. Why? The city's vision is set for the Brinkerhoff area, and I doubt that the city's vision for this area will change just because of this proposed building. It's not in the Brinkerhoff district. It's adjacent to it. There's a boundary for it, but yet the Brinkerhoff people want you to throw it into their district. So why should the Brinkerhoff area be able to change the zoning outside its designated area? As architects, you ask us to help fulfill the desires of the citizens as outlined in the planning documents. This project followed those rules. It has ABR's, staff, and the staff hearing officer support per the rules. Yes, it is a bigger sized project than the older housing next to it. That is very old. Some of it's starting to be run down. Most of them are not lived in. I'm not talking about Brinkerhoff. Yes, that's a lot of owners. But in this exact neighborhood, which includes the ones across the street, most of them are rentals. And they're not being well maintained. This is what happens in a transition zone. Those buildings in that transition zone will change in the future. It's part of your plan. They tried to be a transition building. They didn't go to the max. Yes, the buildings beside it may change, but that is what the master plan the city council created suggests. I support this project as it meets the city visions for this area. On a separate note, I would like to address Sheila Lod's comment about the staff bowing to help us. I can tell you in 30 years in doing this process through the city staff never bows to us architects or to the developers. They push, they pull, they change the rules on us at the last minute and everything else. I do not, in fact, they did that to this project. I do not see them supporting the developers and the architects, but rather the views of the city. And I'm sorry that I did a little grimace when Sheila said that.
Oh, no, that's fine. Theone Condos will be followed by Tim Bynek.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, my name is Theone Condos. I grew up in the property at 622 Delavina Street and continue to be co-owner of the property with my sister. To set the record straight, neither my sister nor I were consulted by the architects for this project. Also, the map of supporters that was shown is, I believe, incorrect, as it included our property among those that were in favor of the project. City of Santa Barbara Urban Design Guidelines list as Guideline 1.1 compatibility with the character of the city, the surrounding neighborhood, and adjacent properties. By no stretch of the imagination can the size, scale, and bulk of this project, even in its proposed modified form, be considered compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and adjacent properties, which include modest craftsman-style houses, such as the one I grew up in, Victorian-style homes, and small bungalow courts. As has been noted in documentation already provided to the council, there were irregularities in the approval process. ABR, for example, never saw the story poles on the site. Is this project the first step in modernizing all of Bradbury Avenue by replacing a modest middle-class neighborhood with luxury units? In late 1863, a U.S. president spoke eloquently about a government of the people, by the people, for the people. It appears that Santa Barbara's planning processes favor developers without taking seriously the views of the neighbors in projects such as this one. I hope that the council will take those views seriously and make a decision for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Bynek, followed by Marcella Woolfolk.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I won't repeat everything that everybody has indicated and try to get to lasered here a little bit. So we got a neighborhood incompatibility problem, and how do we solve that particular neighborhood incompatibility problem? Green should not trump historic. It should not trump what is there, which is Craftsman and Victorian at the present time. I think at the Planning Commission I indicated that my wife and I own 3 structures at 523 Brinkerhoff Avenue and at 520 Delavina in the Brinkerhoff district. We were instrumental, I believe, in working with the neighbors and coming forward to the City Council in the 1980s to have that historic district as a relief from, as I put it, the karate studio that came in across the street on Delavina. We don't want another karate studio type building, which this is, on Bradbury, unless you are going to condemn this street. If I would look at to an industrial complex, I think that the city is growing. I think that the city should be allowed to work together, coming off of Chapala Street, coming off of State Street, coming off of your historic districts. And 25 years from now, you know, we'll have paseos, we'll have people walking around these particular streets. At 523 Brinkerhoff, there is a 2-story commercial building. You asked about, you know, I have 3 units in that particular building in itself. Green can go with any style. I have a building at 3288 Foothill Road that many of you might have seen on the green tour. It is French country. It is built in. It has flat roofs behind the facade. It's for solar. That's for, every type of greenness that you can put together. We look at this particular structure is covered up with trees, just so you can see its size, bulk, and scale. What I did is have Janice Blair, one of our local architects, I'd like to share with you, that put this in perspective, having to do with the buildings that are next door to it, so you can see how it sticks out in terms of putting things together. I am building I built a straw bale house. I'm very into the environmental milieu of things. I have a living roof on 2 of the buildings that I have at the present time. So in jest, I would hope that you do not make Bradbury a back alley, and that this is not just an infill commercial project, that you uphold your planning commission and you deny the appeal. And I'm confused. The slide said denial when it was presented here. However, the report says uphold the appeal. If you look at the recommendation on the slide, it says deny the appeal.
Okay. Well, it can get confusing, but thank you. Essentially, upholding the appeal would be, now I'm going to get mixed up.
Madam Mayor,
Yes on the project.
we had an error on the slide.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
The written staff report is the recommendation is to grant the appeal.
Okay. To uphold the appeals to say yes to the project, which is the way it should be instead of doing that backwards thing. So that helps. Marcella Woolfolk, followed by Carolyn Vasello.
Madam Mayor, I did have a question for Mr. Beinach.
Okay, go ahead.
Looking at the staff recommendations, it seems to me that you're in agreement with recommendation 2, but not in recommendations 1 and 3. Is that essentially
correct? The size, bulk, and scale should not increase in terms of doing. It's possible to do this project, but it's going to be, it's got to go back and be looked at and worked on, and it's just difficult to look at a box and then figure out how it can be put together. I mean, I'm not an architect.
Almost all the objections that I've heard raised, both by you guys and other people, have to do with the size, bulk, scale, or the architecture. So correct. I guess my question is why be opposed to recommendation 1 of upholding the appeal if you have a significant direction to go back to ABR?
I wouldn't. I just would not like any modifications. I mean, this whole project should be approved at one time when it comes back through the council, if that's the direction of the council. I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We have
sorry for the interruption.
Marcella Woolfolk, followed by Carolyn Vasello.
Good afternoon. I have lived at 614 Delavina Street. It's been in our family for over 75 years, and I just want to reiterate that the 617 Bradbury project is too large and is not in character with our neighborhood, and I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Vasello, followed by Stephen Appleton.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Caroline Vasallo, and I live at 514 Brinkerhoff. We neighbors are not trying to make Bradbury an extension of Brinkerhoff, as staff has implied, because it already is an extension of Brinkerhoff. Bradbury Street and the Brinkerhoff Landmark District are linked together because Brinkerhoff District properties extend deeply into Bradbury. On the west side, where the proposed project is located, approximately 40% of Bradbury street face is in the Brinkerhoff District, 20% on the other side. The remaining 4 properties on the west, excepting the project site, are 100% Victorian craftsmen. On Bradbury's east, with the exception of Dudek and Frazee, the properties are likewise Victorian and craftsmen. The modern cubist geometry of the proposed plan doesn't fit. and it's too big for the site. The nearly 5,500 square feet of building mass on only a 5,000 square foot lot is too much mass, bulk, and scale. The proposed project will stick out like a sore thumb. A broad street like Chapala can handle greater proportions of mass as well as minimal setbacks, but a narrow street like Bradbury cannot. Such density and mass are overwhelming. At the last ABR meeting, at one point, 3 ABR members stated they could not support the proposed project due to problems of mass, bulk, and scale. Staff indicates that a, quote, slight increase in the size, bulk, and scale of the project should appease those who wish to project the project to conform to the style of the west side of Bradbury, unquote. Staff has not been listening to the neighbors. We don't agree with that comment. This plan should be denied, not tweaked, yet again, as has happened at 5 previous ABR meetings. It is vital to the integrity of the neighborhood area to maintain and to sustain architectural compatibility between the 2 districts of El Pueblo Viejo and the adjacent Brinkerhoff district by complementing the Bradbury street face with a traditional rather than a contemporary look. This is because the area's image stems from historic continuity and a consistent architectural vernacular. And to this end, Bradbury carries a theme and should continue to do so with a project that complements and fits, not one that conflicts and overwhelms. In sum, this project is simply wrong. It's the wrong style, the wrong building size, the wrong setbacks, and the wrong location. And I'm in total agreement with a newly organic plan, which could be in a Victorian craftsman style and green. There's no problem with green in an older style home. Please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Appleton, followed by John Shuck. Oh, Stephen, John here, John. And Bill Mahan will be next.
Hi, I'm John Shuck, resident of Santa Barbara for the last, 30 plus years. And a lot of things have been said, so I'm going to try to cut those out of my talk here. But one of the things I wanted to mention is I think today is an opportunity for the City Council to show that the system really works and that people can trust the system. That ordinary citizens can follow the rules and guidelines and work with the agencies to get an acceptable result that they're happy with and based on the merits. And the applicants, as they had mentioned, are Santa Barbara residents and they're not professional developers. So, and they've come here to you with a small project. And without going through the lead and the green thing that has already been mentioned, they have a C2 zoning. They have a small size, which allows them to get the approval of ABR and show, and that was their requirement. And neighborhood compatibility of bulk and scale, size, was always the focal point of the ABR. That's sort of the focal point today. And they came back 6 times, 3 redesigns, just trying to work with them. And so they worked with the ABR. They went through the hoops, time-consuming, expensive. They did the same with show. And as the staff report mentions, not only that they approved the size, bulk, and scale, but also was compatible with the neighborhood. And I guess the overall neighborhood, and I guess that's one of my key points, is that the overall neighborhood is just not one side of the street or next door, it's the whole thing. And I guess, sort of going off notes here, what sort of blows me away when I go out there and I see Frazee right across the street, 30 feet tall, wall to wall, and the Dudek building, everyone seems to forget that that's part of the neighborhood. When you drive down the street, that's what you see. This is right across the street from them, and it's nowhere near the size, bulk, and scale. So I do think it's in a transitional neighborhood. I think that it's appropriate, but don't disconsider or fail to consider the fact that it is across the street from Frazee. And so I believe it fits in with the neighborhood. And as I said in the beginning, today you can show that the system does work and that people can have faith in it. And I urge you not to redefine a neighborhood and shrink it to like one half of the street just to make a point or to fit a point of view. Show support for the show and the ABR and their intense work that they did. And then, stop the inevitable possible cycle of appeal by just simply approving the project today. I think it's a great project. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Mahan, followed by Jack Kiesel, and then the last speaker will be Philip Henius. May have spent.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, could you get the slide up that is the east side of Brinkerhoff? It's got the elevation of Frazee, etc. I think there was a slide that. There it is. Thank you. I want to. Everybody's talking about guidelines that should be gone by, and I've got the City of Santa Barbara Urban Design Guidelines, which were developed by all of us, most of us that are here still today. Chapter 1 says, design development to complement, enhance the character of Santa Barbara, the surrounding neighborhood, and the existent adjacent development, while allowing each development to retain its own distinct visual identity. And then down here, the first bullet point is, the development should be compatible with the distinctive architectural character of Santa Barbara, which I think is in this case is Brinkerhoff. The development should be compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and the development should be compatible with the immediate adjacent developments, which is the Redwood Inn, which is in the Brinkerhoff district. But what I wanted to point out to you is you see the backside of the Frazee building here with the cross hatching on it. You see that? I don't usually admit it, but I'm the architect for that building. And I want to tell you, this is in the Historic Landmarks District, and Landmarks Commission agonized. They agonized over this building and this particular elevation. They knew it had to be a Spanish building. They wanted us to set it back so that it would have a feeling like the Brinkerhoff and the Bradbury neighborhoods. They made us put the trellises on there, trying to screen the Spanish character of it and make it be more compatible with the Victorian. David Gebhardt, this was his idea, was to put this, and it was supposed to be covered with vines. But of course, the owners they don't want to put the vines on because they take too much maintenance. But there was great anguish over this building, and to say that the buildings across the street on Bradbury, on the west side of Bradbury, are affected by this. That's not fair. This is all in El Pueblo Viejo. Had to be a Spanish building. They were really concerned about, because they looked across the street at Bradbury and they saw a whole block homogeneously Victorian and connecting to the Brinkerhoff district. This, if this were up on the Mesa and we were looking at it single family design board, we would say that the Brinkerhoff neighborhood is a part of the neighborhood, and we've got to be compatible with that. Just have to be. The reason that the application is wrong is because when you walk along Brinkerhoff and when you walk around the Bradbury block, all of these buildings are set back. They all have side, we're talking about should the yard be in the front or should it be in the back? All of the rest of the buildings have both front yards and backyards. There's the compatibility. The compatibility is not just necessarily the architecture, but it's also the size of the architecture on the site. And that's what makes it work. This is a very, very special area that needs to be protected, because once it's gone, it'll be gone forever. And a building like this one, which is a very nice building, and I think it would go in other places in Santa Barbara very handsomely, it just doesn't fit here. And it's got to come way back down, and it's got to have the same architectural character as Bradbury and Brinkerhoff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack Kiesel. And then the last speaker will be Philip Henius.
Hi, I'm Jack Kiesel, local practicing landscape architect, and I'm here in support of the project. I'd like to say, however, that I would actually like to see this project a lot bigger, in that I think Santa Barbara, if it really wants to consider itself a green, progressive city, that would want to do more density in the downtown area. Excuse me. So I think, that should also be considered, but I think that the applicant has gone through quite a bit with the ABR to get this building to where it is now. This is essentially, in many respects, designed by committee, all this stepping back and all that. And when those previous slides that you had there, I think if you were walking Fido along that neighborhood, I don't think you'd stop and go, oh my God, there's too much size, bulk, and scale here. So anyway, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last speaker, Philip Hennius.
Yeah, my name is Phil Henius, and I'm here to speak in support of the project on Bradbury. I've been in Santa Barbara about 30 years now, and I have a great appreciation for architecture. I think I'll speak mostly in regards to one of the real sticking points it appears to be between those opposed and those in support of the project, which is compatibility. I see the project as totally compatible for that street. There is similar architecture across the street. The architects have gone to great lengths to design a project that is much less bulk and scale that could potentially put there in a straight C2 design. So even though there's concerns about it, it still appears to be very compatible for the neighborhood to me. And I think another thing that speaks very highly about this project is that it's excellent architecture. It is a mid-century style of design, and I believe that it's compatible even as a mid-century, because I don't believe compatibility is based on doing a Spanish Revival or a Craftsman or a bungalow style that is more prevalent in the district on Brinkerhoff. If it's not compatible here, where is it compatible for? Once again, a very strong point of this project is the fact that it is a very good design. I would say it has the potential to be a structure of merit in the future. And because of its location on Bradbury, I think it fits well. Let's not forget that one of the poster childs for Santa Barbara, Shoreline Drive, has quite a few new two-story structures that have gone up in the last number of years. None of those are Spanish Revival. They're either a mid-century, there's a Cape Cod style house that's gone up recently. And not that every one of those structures is exactly what I'd like to have seen gone up, and not all of them are exactly what I would consider compatible to what is present on the Mesa on Shoreline. But they all work. And I think based on a lot of other merits have been spoken about this project besides what I believe is the excellent architecture, the look of the project, the weight of the project, the scale of the project. I think they've gone to great length to make compromises that will fit the neighborhood and enhance the neighborhood also. Thank you. My vote would be for approval of the appeal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's to the council. Mr. Horton.
Just for the record, I made my site visit. I didn't go with the group, but I did my own. I like the purpose of the project. I think that's good. It's what we need in the town, as many people have said. As far as the design goes, to itself, I think it's a fine design. I have absolutely nothing against the design taken as its own building. I think the whole matter, a great deal today has been made of the lead aspect of it, the green architecture, and I believe that is indeed what we need. And I think that's where the city is headed. I think our city council has actually led since we've been on here. We've we've made giant steps in promoting green architecture and LEED design in the city. So I don't think anybody could fault us for that. But it confuses me to some extent that there has been a mixture of saying, well, it's green and it's LEED, therefore you need to approve it, or you're not in favor of green and LEED, and I don't get that. I think green and LEED can be whatever design is important to the neighborhood. I don't see tying the two together. I've been all over the West recently, and I've seen very fine designs that incorporate those aspects that have all different styles of architecture. So tying those two together as a reason why this project is particularly well suited for the area doesn't. I don't get it. I think that a number of comments have been made that the Frazee building is there, and therefore somehow that we should think that's good, or we should compare this with the Frazee building, which I think is an ugly building, and I don't think it should have been approved in the first place. So why we should compare it to that, I don't get it. For me, I grew up here and driving around the neighborhood, I just don't think the design is compatible with the neighborhood character. And I've already said I don't have anything wrong with the design. I just don't like it there. I think I have some problems with the size, bulk, and scale. And the staff report is interesting. I think the mayor already read this, but I'll say it again. This is on page 4 of the staff report. Staff believes it would be appropriate to require that the architectural style be changed to be more compatible with the buildings on the west side of Bradbury. Although such a change in architectural style could result in some increase in height, etc., potential loss of sustainable features, believes that this would be an appropriate trade-off. Well, I don't know that we need more size, bulk, and scale to make the building more appropriate, but I don't think that's required. I think it could still be appropriate and still have a lesser size, bulk, and scale. So I can't go with this project as it's designed, although I like many of the aspects of it, and I think a number of people have said, well, where could it go? I think it could go most any place in town, but not particularly here. And that's for me. So for me, I need this thing to be more in character with the neighborhood and more compatible with the neighborhood, and that's what I would look for in the future. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Schneider, and then Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here and receiving a lot of emails. I know we all read and saw the last several days, and I didn't respond to all of them, but I did read them. The conversation seems to be, we like sustainable building and we like neighborhood compatibility, and I like both of them. I don't think they need to be mutually exclusive. So that's where some of this conversation is a little hard to take, because it sounds like some of the arguments have been it's a zero-sum game. Either you are neighborhood compatible with something else, or you're green and not one or the other. And I think we can do better than that. And I know there's been mentions of other projects where different types of designs, or even this kind of design, could work if it could be a little more compatible with the neighborhood. I think the big issue with the neighborhood compatibility piece is towards the back, because it's 3 stories, because of the parking piece and the 2 units above it. And I mean, if you look at the front streetscape by itself, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think the flat roofs are the problem. I don't think at least some members of the Planning Commission didn't have necessarily a problem with the flat roofs. It was just more of the overall bulkiness of the building. And so what I'm thinking of is, flat roofs are fine with me. I don't want to design a new building up here on the dais. I'm not an architect, but the size, bulk, and scale does somehow need to be smaller. And I don't know if that means the 2 units and the 2 residential units in the back could be smaller. I mean, they're one on top of the other, or something like that, to try to shrink that in the back and try to provide more relief in the side yard and the backyard. Perhaps find a 15 by 15 foot space for common open space within that. What does that mean to me? I have to go into a Victorian style. I don't necessarily know if I really need to make that determination up here. So green building's great, and I think that's something that we need to promote as much as we can. but to do it in a way that also fits. And so that's where I'm having the struggle. So I'm not quite sure what that would mean in terms of a ruling, because when an applicant is also the appellant, it always sounds backwards. But if it does go back to ABR, I don't necessarily feel like I need to say you must have it in this style or change the style, but I do think the size, bulk, and scale actually needs to be reduced, which is separate from the staff recommendation, which would allow for additional size, bulk, and scale. I appreciate and understand why that recommendation was there, because you were also suggesting a completely different design that might need some pitch roofs or something else. But so I think it can work. It just needs some more work. So those are, and I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues before I make a final determination. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
So I agree with most of what's been said thus far. I do also think that Sheila Lodge and Paul Zink had some good observations, and I agree with the general sentiment that this is just too much for the neighborhood. But do I think that we should beat them up to hell? No, I don't think we should do that. And there's some important reasons why. We wrestle with some issues because these are commercial districts, and a lot of what is discretionary for residential is not discretionary for commercial, and so that's one of the issues that's very hard for us to wrestle with as a city, because often you can approve the same building and just not have any people living in it, and we wouldn't be able to say no. So I think that's one issue. I think the other issue is that I really think that the modification is appropriate. The reason why I think the modification is appropriate is because we're struggling in this transitional area of commercial district to have front yard setbacks, and the biggest reason why I think it's appropriate is because it drives me crazy that we think that we can only, why can't someone have a barbecue in their front yard, right? Why can't somebody, wave at their neighbor in their front yard? I mean, it's not like we're having barbecues naked. Why can't your neighbors see you barbecue, right? And so I think that's something that's healthy for our neighborhoods, healthy for society, and it actually helps reduce the size, bulk, and scale to have front yard setbacks. I do think that I sort of weighing in on do we beat up staff for being too friendly to the applicant, or do we beat up staff for being too unfriendly to developers? We heard it from the public. I guess the public wants to beat up staff on both accounts because you're somehow being too friendly to developers and too anti-development at the same time. I think actually staff in this case made a very thoughtful attempt to come up with a recommendation where both sides have a really good points. Sometimes you're both right, and staff attempted to do that and attempted to do something that we've hammered on them to do, which is to try to give us more guidance in cases like that. So I think staff made an appropriate recommendation. I disagree with item 3. I do not think that in asking this to go back to ABR and become more compatible with the neighborhood, I don't think that we should allow for more size, bulk, and scale. I think that it would be actually appropriate for this project to lose 500 square feet, maybe even a little bit more. You can see here just sort of like, I normally don't like to redesign projects, but nobody else is. So I think that some suggestions would be helpful. I think that there would be a lot of relief for this building if there was some points where some of the bulk was set back. And I think right here, that's really, if you look at this picture, that's really where the imposing bulk of it is, at these corners, as was indicated by one of the speakers. And I think you can still have, if you had 2,500 square feet of living space, you'd still have a lot for 2 units. And I don't think that that's asking too much to try to make this more compatible in size, bulk, and scale for the neighborhood. So essentially what I am suggesting we do is very similar to the staff recommendation on 1 and 2, that we do uphold the appeal, we do approve the project, we approve the modification, which I really do think is necessary to make a balance here and to provide enough relief from the streetscape, but to send it back to ABR and demand that it be more compatible with the neighborhood, make it more Victorian. That doesn't mean it has to have a pitched roof. In my feeling, I think Sheila gave us great examples and great suggestions along that line. Lose some square footage. I think it could possibly lose 6 inches to a foot on height as well. So that would be my recommendation for us to do. Staff recommendation 1 and 2, but 3 would be to actually lose a little bit of size, bulk, and scale.
Hey, Mr. House.
Thank you. I appreciate the different perspectives that are being brought forward today. And we're looking at this. When I looked at the design, and first I began to get a feeling of the front part first. I mean, what was right on the street is so much more diminutive than the rest of it, and imagining the Victorian false fronts that you see and how that could be designed. I mean, it's really a matter of the exterior of that and how that could be go away from the modern style, which is the way I read it. And maybe I'm mistaken there, but it looks kind of got that modern look to it. But get it back to the kind of historic image that we have of the Brinkerhoff area and of the that part of town. But this is the issue. When you look at the rest of it, it's almost like looking at a massing model that we typically have when we are looking at mass, bulk, and scale. And we don't have, say, any architecture on it. We just have the size of the box, the overall shape. And I just have to say that I think that this is just. I mean, I agree with this basic premise. It's just too big. I mean, it has that going against it. In a transition area like this, which it is, it's C2, but it is a transition to other neighborhoods that are nearby, and some of them have real historic character that we're honoring. This is where the care with regards to the design of the exterior and also with regards to the size of the structures is so critically important. And we're as far as function is concerned, as far as the green design elements that are built into this, the flat roof piece as well, the living roof, and on and on. I can go on. I can make a big long list. This is a pretty great project. And so, I mean, if we were gonna follow staff's recommendation on number 3, I would say to decrease the size, bulk, and scale of the project, and then with the guidance for ABR to work very carefully on the design of this to really get. I mean, I really appreciate the images that Mrs. Lodge gave us, and these are smaller buildings altogether. But I was over in San Ynez the other day, and I saw what I first from the street looked very small, and then I got around to the side and looked over at a building that was pretty big. But it was designed in this kind of style with this, and it was surprising at how it fit into their design scheme that they have over there. And it was a really large building, but it managed to work. And so I have a sense that if you took the massing model of what we have here now, shrunk it to some degree, and I don't want to put a number on it because I don't know what that number has to be, but it needs to feel more like the front building than the back one, and it could still have the same number of units, and they would just be smaller, and then worked real hard on this Victorian or whichever it is, and I don't know if I heard a whole bunch, Italianate, I heard the East Bay, I heard the Victorian false front, somebody mentioned another one. I don't know which it is, something that fits here. And then, so character, quality of design, and the size. Now, as far as this, the modification, I actually thought that was a really, I mean, I know it was a late hit on the project, but also I think that it helped The project in another setting could move all the way to the front, and it would be appropriate. In this neighborhood, it's not. It's important to have that landscaped relief on the front. And so I thought that was an appropriate adjustment that was helpful to the project. So I would support that. So I think that's it. So again, I believe that staff, I think we could do it. I would want to hear back from staff to think if this is too extreme of a thing to go back, but I would send it back with reduce size, bulk, and scale, work on design to be compatible with the character of the neighborhood, approve the modification, and I think that's it.
Well, we always get the tough ones here, and this is an interesting one because we can say the same thing and we can say either yes or no, and that's what's happening here. When the Planning Commission said no because they didn't think this was, well, I'm not going to put words in their mouth. I did watch the hearing though, but it wasn't compatible. They didn't think it was right for that block. But what you're saying is, not just you, but everybody up here is saying they don't really think this is fitting in with the neighborhood, but we should approve it. And so it's saying the same thing, but approve it. And so the fact that it's gone 6 times to ABR shows that there's a problem. I don't think it shows that they've paid their dues and so it should get approved. That's not how those things work. Sometimes things can go once or twice and they get approved. And usually they're pretty good projects. So here's my thinking here, and I don't know. I'm going to ask Ms. Weiss or maybe Mr. Wiley. Let me just cover real quickly. Sustainability, very important to this whole council. We've been working on so many things. We've made great strides. The 2030, somebody didn't know what it was. Don't blame you, but that's the Architecture 2030. Just Google it and you'll see we were the first city in the country to embrace it. I still believe in it. It's a good idea. It just says that buildings are so important to our CO2 footprint that we need to reduce our CO2 coming out of the buildings, and that's, the energy and so on. And so we're right on board with that, but that doesn't mean that it has to be in a place that has front porches and some, I know it's not quite Victorian, but whatever craftsman, but whatever the architecture is, it doesn't mean it has to look like this in the middle of that block. And trust me, I think it's a really nice building. It could go almost anywhere else, but it's troublesome to me to see this go in the middle of the block. It's a transition block that we're saying, I want it to stay a transition block for the rest of its days because it will be a transition. Chapala has one thing, the back of Chapala, and then this next block. If we want to eat away at it, we could just have Chapala keep growing all over the place. But that's not what a transition block is to me. It could be transitioning into something else, but I don't think this one is. I want it to stay that way. So I'm just not real comfortable with it either. The size on the site is too big. The 12 to 15-foot wall around 3 sides is just not something that we should have. So I don't know. Let me ask Ms. Weiss. You get the hard questions. If we say, what I say is I think that lot looks a lot better now for sure. No problem. I like the green aspects, but I want it to fit in better, and you should keep these plans and put them somewhere else. But I want it to fit in better. So if we say no, does that just stop everything? They have to start all over. And if so, then we can decide whether that's fair. Or if we say yes, I don't want to say yes to this project. I'd rather say yes to a different design. So what are our options here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The staff recommendation, and I think based on a potential majority here, was in support of the project in that that would give clear direction that the basic footprint and the location of the open space in the front yard, those land use type decisions would be made, that it's a 2-unit residential, 2-unit commercial with 6 parking spaces. It would set the basic land use parameters. There is a concern we share that I think the mayor is expressing that although we came up with a recommendation to refer it back to ABR with the design, how much the design change in terms of the size, bulk, and scale and style you're comfortable or uncomfortable with would influence your decision, and that's why the Planning Commission said it was beyond that line. Where staff is coming from is we think that the street elevation is compatible in terms of size, bulk, and scale. We think the setting back of the third story space above the garage is appropriate. So in general, we were comfortable, I think perhaps a bit more than the council on the overall size, bulk, and scale. And we think that there are design solutions that would not necessarily radically change the project. So that's how we came to our recommendation. So in your deliberating how comfortable you are with the overall size, bulk, and scale, and that you could see a design transformation relatively easily, that I think is the question. I do think that you could direct, rather than what we said and anticipate, an increase in size. You have sent projects back to design review with direction in reducing the size, bulk, and scale. So I think I would like to hear from Mr. Wiley, but I think that this is not an unusual or out of the realm of possibility type of direction. It's just a little tricky because I think that you all need to feel on your own terms in approving the condominium a sufficient level of comfort with the overall project. And that direction to ABR to reduce the scale of a project can be a very up to a lot of interpretation. Is a reduction, 1 foot here and 2 feet there and maybe, 300 square feet, or is it on the order of reducing the unit sizes down from 1,500 to 1,300 or 1,200 each? So the more direction that you give, the better chance the applicant and the ABR will have in following that. So we have seen this type of action before, and I think we could help support your motion, whoever would make the motion, so that it could be clear.
Okay. Mr. Wiley? And then we need a motion up here.
Madam Mayor, as I see it, the council could do this several ways. One way to do it would be even just a simple way, perhaps too simple, would be simply to continue this and to refer it back to ABR with, I think, appropriately to see some progress, to give some direction to ABR. I've heard several council members talk about a reduction in the size, bulk, and scale. That's some direction to ABR. Perhaps it would be helpful to provide some direction to ABR with respect to the sort of architectural style the council believes would be appropriate in terms of neighborhood compatibility for this particular parcel. So that's a simple approach, just to continue this, not make a decision on this appeal, and to continue it to the ABR. I think the staff recommendation to grant the appeal relates primarily to the fact that the subdivision itself is not apparently controversial, or people aren't objecting to the concept of 2 residential condos, to the mixed-use project, 2 residential condos, 2 commercial condos, 6 parking spaces. So if you were to grant the appeal, you would be approving their subdivision map. But the question, I think, there is really with respect to this open space or common area modification. And because conceivably you would be granting that, in granting the appeal, you would be granting that modification as well. And it strikes me that perhaps that's very much related to the design of the project, and that's not, in your opinion, set yet. So do you want to grant a modification when you really aren't approving the size, bulk, and scale of the design of the project?
Yeah.
But I think that was the staff recommendation, to essentially to grant the appeal, in other words, to approve the subdivision, approve the modification, and then direct it to ABR for design. Okay. But I'm hearing the council consensus being a reduction in scale and some design changes. So another alternative would be to just to deny the appeal without prejudice, let the applicant take from this hearing what the applicant wants to, and then they can decide what they want to do.
Okay.
Ms. Schneider?
The benefit of granting the mod, I think, has been expressed in terms of actually giving more relief to the front yard area and the streetscape, and I think actually people appreciate that as opposed to the bulk being towards the street. Which, if we, well, I guess I mean that's just a statement there. I think. Can I ask? I think the question, though, if we want to have a reduction in size, bulk, and scale to the back part of the building, we do need to put some form of number on there, because otherwise it gets too subjective about what is really a reduction in size, bulk, and scale. We've seen that in other projects, saying just reduce it, and it ends up appeal back to us because, saying, well, did you really do what the council asked you to do or not? So if we are going to send this back, and I think that's where I'm hearing everyone to be, and I think actually will address a lot of the neighborhood concerns. I think I'd like to put a minimum of 500 square feet in there, and how that works around in the design will leave up to the experts to do. The other piece, and I know other people have been talking about Victorian design or other, I'm still hesitant to give an absolute, it should be this kind of design. This kind of design that we're seeing here could possibly work if the size, bulk, and scale in the back was reduced, so it doesn't have the same kind of impact that the neighbors are concerned about. The flat roof could still work if there were other materials being used. I don't know the answer to that, and that's, I think, something that between ABR and the applicant can work out. But in terms of 2 residential units and 2 commercial units, 6 parking spaces, the tentative subdivision map, I don't think anyone really has had a problem with that. It's been more of the bulkiness towards the back of the building and how the design is meeting everything else. So I would suggest that I guess we would uphold the appeal, bring it back to ABR, have a direction that the size, bulk, and scale would have to be reduced by a minimum of 500 square feet. And I don't know if we want to put any more details in that, or if staff thinks there needs to be details. But I also want to add one more thing, and Commissioner Jacobs, did have a point about common open space not in the front yard, and so I don't know if part of the direction can be as part of the reduction of the size, bulk, and scale to look into or at least explore other forms of common open space within that back part of the residential part of the building. I don't want to put an actual number on it, but I appreciate the comments behind it. So I don't know if that's helping or not, but those are.
Is that a motion? I'll second it.
So here's the motion. The motion's to uphold the appeal, to bring it back to ABR with direction to review the design, to reduce the size, bulk, and scale by a minimum of 500 square feet, and to examine the potential location of some form of common open space within the residential portion of the project.
I'll second it. I think it's really, if you don't grant the modification, then it becomes really hard to reduce the size, bulk, and scale. For the way I see it, because it means that they get sandwiched from 2 different sides. It can be complementary to a certain degree, but I think it also can make it harder. Since we don't normally do this, I have to ask you a question, Clay.
What's my question?
What's your what brings you to the mic?
I'm actually asking for some clarification on what your motion is. The first part of the motion that I understand is reducing the square footage of 500 square feet. As architects, we can keep the square footage and make the bulk of the building look smaller. It's actually possible to do things like that. So I'm wondering about whether 500 square feet is going to make the world of difference on the overall mass, bulk, and scale of the building. Because there are buildings that are like the courthouse, which is a very large building in volume, but in square footage is much smaller than it appears. So my question, I guess, is, are we tying the approval to the 500 square feet as that's the number? If you reduce it by there, then we're doing our job, because I don't want to go back to ABR 6 or 7 or 8 times or whatever to go through that iteration and then end up back here because somebody appealed it because ABR's already felt comfortable with the design. But if we reduce by 500 square feet per your comment, and then ABR goes great, and then the neighbors still don't like it, and we end up back here again.
No, I appreciate, as the maker of the motion, let me tell you my intent behind that. I wanted to put a number in because we've had at least one, if not two or more, appeals like this where we have, in that case, it was an outside group trying to, we denied the appeal because it was an outside group trying to stop it, but we sent it back to ABR with saying reduce the size, bulk, and scale. So part of my motion is saying, yes, we want you to reduce the size, bulk, and scale, and part of doing that is by reducing the square footage by a minimum of 500 square feet. Because what has happened to us in the past is we just say the first part, and it does come back to us because there's different interpretations of whether or not that actually occurred. And I think if there's some more clear direction of these square footage reduction, that will help the process in terms of people seeing that the size, bulk, and scale is being reduced. I agree with you that you can do a million different things with design and square footage to make things look bulkier or less bulky. But I think this isn't an either. This is a both. We want you to reduce size, bulk, and scale, and reduce the square footage here. Is that helpful?
I get that.
Okay.
I guess part of my.
And I'll pile on because I came up with the number. And I came up with the number because I think that this size is too much. I think it needs to at least lose a sixth of its bulk to be marginally compatible with the neighborhood.
And part of why I came up is because I have a suspicion that even if we lopped off 500 square feet, we'd still be back here. Because I have a suspicion
anything
that
can happen and you still be back here.
I
But
know,
we're trying to
but
reduce the likelihood of that.
Yeah, you might be back here, but it might be a better project.
And I'm not disputing that. I'm just I'm trying to get some clarification on where we're going. The style question seems to still be up in the air a little bit. And the other question about the open yard, the common open area could be on the roof. It doesn't have to be on the ground. And that's one of the stipulations of that part of the ordinance, is that it can be located on a roof deck if possible. And that wasn't something that we had considered, but it also, with guardrails and everything else, added to mass bulk and height. So that's why we didn't go that route. So if we're going to talk about the common open area, and I know I'll disagree with Commissioner Jacobs on this. If we're going to talk about the open area, whether it's in the front or the back or the side or on the roof, I think we need to be specific.
That's why we want to grant you the mod.
We need to be specific about
because we
that.
agree with you on that point. We agree with you that the front yards using the front for this open space is a good thing for diminishing the size, bulk, and scale. So that's why we want to grant the mod.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So. Look, we could make a separate motion and talk about the design style, but I think that this essentially answers the land use question and provides a direction for us to go. I would even venture. How wide is that driveway?
The driveway, it has a 2-foot setback on the property line, and then the driveway itself is 10 feet of permeable paving, and then there's another landscape setback to the building. So the total aggregate's about 14 feet.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to add this to the motion because I don't want to make it even more complicated, but another suggestion is that part of the reason why this building is so big is because the parking situation. And a suggestion for staff would be a willingness on my part to grant tandem parking if the design of the building could be further reduced in bulk because of granting of tandem parking. So just another idea to throw out there, but I don't want to add it to the motion because I don't want to make it more complicated.
I'm going to have trouble supporting the motion. I don't think I can because I don't think that I don't think this is going to work for me. The common area in front, I agree with Commissioner Jacobs. They need a private common area, and I just don't see it here. It does need to be reduced in size, bulk, and scale, but for me, going all along, and I drove there by myself too after it stopped raining, our site visit. Those are all 1 and 2 stories. It says in our staff report they're 1 to 3 stories, but they're not. They're all 1 and 2 stories. On Brinkerhoff, they're also 1 and 2 stories, mostly 1, and then there's some 2 stories, and they all have a front yard. So I don't see a 3-story. That's what you're struggling with, is a 3rd-story element, and I just don't see it there. If you could just take that off and change to make it look less bulky, it'd probably be okay. But I would vote to deny the appeal, but that's what I'll do. Somebody else? Anybody else? Mr. House, and we've got to move along.
Yes, I know. I wish the motion were to continue this to ABR, because I know it's going to come back here no matter what, and I'd rather save somebody the trouble of having to file an appeal. And if what we could do is send it with the direction that we have here, have them do the work, struggle with it a bit, get back to us, and then settle it, I think that'd be great. We don't know what the design solution is here, but we know it needs to be reduced, and we do support the basic program of a couple of living units and the commercial mixed use here. So that's the land use piece is something I think we're pretty concurrent on. But that's what I would prefer. If that were so, I think we'd be further.
But here, I was going to say, here's the ping pong ball effect. Neither Mr. Horton nor I are going to be here, so I don't know what the 3 new council members are going to do, and that's, and that doesn't feel real comfortable to any of us. Just to let you know that, Mr. Horton.
I can't support the appeal, but I couldn't go along with the continuation, so that's just where I'm at today.
Okay, you've got a motion.
The motion it's not going to.
Well, you want
to fly anyway.
Well, why don't we vote on it and find out? It doesn't.
Let's not drag it out. I'd like to make a substitute motion, which under Robert's rules would be voted on first, right?
Well, no, wait.
I'll drop my motion.
Thank you. That's what I'd like better. And is that okay with the seconder?
Sure,
obviously?
that's
Go
fine
ahead.
with the seconder.
Yeah.
As a substitute motion, I would say that we should continue this hearing, but grant the modification and subdivision.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm not quite sure how you can continue, but also grant the modification.
No, neither.
What isn't the point of continuing it to look at all the issues involved? So maybe the mod's not even necessary.
Right. Maybe the mod comes out on the roof or something like that instead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think that Mr. Wiley made a really good point. I think what we're trying to do is to say that the land use piece of this we're okay with. The issue has to do with the size, bulk, and scale and its compatibility with the character of the neighborhood. And we want to give them direction to go back and work on that with ABR and come back to us, and that's what the continuation would be for, Mr. Williams. I don't think that
But
today,
if we don't say that it is okay, then there's going to be 4 different people here. They could change it, and it would be like perfect according to those criteria, and then they could come back here and the criteria could change completely. So I mean,
you really want
happen anyway.
I guess I can go either way with this, but I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Where are we here?
the minutes
Ms.
are going to,
Schneider.
I think, Madam Mayor, the minutes are going to
be-
reflect that we have.
Brenda's good, so she'll figure
We
it
do
out.
have interest. We have interest in the front side. The front side of the building, or the proposal, has this the setback that is something that has garnered, at least from this council, support. We appreciate that. I don't think that we can mention that in the motion that we want to see that retained or something, but it has. We really have to see the rest of the design to be able to know what the final result's going to be like, and we have to give them the chance to work it out.
Maker of the motion, you need to
Okay.
amend your motion.
So I'll make my motion to continue the hearing to ABR.
And the direction is through our discussion that we've had up here.
The
because
direction
in general, we're
is
talking
to
about the
lose
same thing.
size, bulk, and scale, at least a sixth of the bulk of the rear building. Look at whether there's some Victorian or Craftsman elements that could be added, and to retain this great, wonderful front yard setback.
Okay, and the compatibility and character of the neighborhood should be in there on the architectural thing, because that's the critical piece that we're hearing.
Right.
Okay, and you're saying to retain the setback, but you're not saying retain the modification, which is fine
Well,
with me.
to retain the setback may require to retain the
It
modification.
might, but not necessarily. Okay.
Well, they won't need the mod if they have the common open, they have the open space within the project somewhere
Right.
else. That's the whole point of why
Right.
it was in, right. You could
If
have
you-
both if depending
You got
on
it. There you go.
on the design.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Does everybody know what the motion and second is? To continue it and send it to ABR?
Madam Mayor.
And, yes, Mr.
Just
Weiler.
a minor technicality. I heard the motion continue this to ABR. You're not actually continuing it to ABR.
Sounds fine,
You're
yeah.
continuing your appeal hearing to a date uncertain at this point.
It'll come back to us
and referring it
immediately.
to ABR
Yeah.
in light of your comments. That's what I'm understanding.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Is the applicant clear about that?
Sorry.
Oh,
I
would
think
you
it's
rather
really
we just
important.
deny it?
I
We
think
can
it's
do that.
important that they be clear of that.
The final motion is just to continue the hearing, the appeal hearing, and then, but have you go to ABR to see if, with the comments that you've heard from the council today in terms of coming back to us, or you might not even need the modification by that time. I mean, but it has to go back to ABR because we do have some significant concerns with the compatibility and the size, bulk, and scale of the back part of the project.
Mr. Lack, what you have heard is each one of us has a problem with your project. Every single one of us. It's not, I don't think any of us would say yes.
Sure, you've had.
So you know, that's a 5-0.
Can I?
That we could vote. Yeah, I'm just telling you in light of that, you should address us if you want to.
Thank you. Your staff did their job according to the general plan. My architects worked with your architecture board of review, and it's been there 6 times with this. All this stuff has been brought down. I could have brought you a bigger project. I could have brought you a 60-foot project. I didn't. If I can just show you this lumber right here, can you just? Could you just? This is the lumber that's on the west side of Bradbury. This is your neighborhood compatibility. It's all over the building. And there's a recycled brand right there in the book. This is what everybody has. I studied it. They worked with your ABR. We brought the building. We are compatible to the area. I just don't see what's wrong here. The modification was brought upon your staff, and that's what they appealed on. The groups on Brinkerhoff will consistently appeal this thing. I'm out of money on this project. I have spent $200,000-$300,000. I don't even know what the number is. Besides buying the piece of property at the peak of the market, I don't know what to do. It's your staff. We did a good job. We worked 3 years on this stuff. You cannot deny the respect of your ABR and the staff recommendations from the beginning of this deal, which was to support the project. We worked. The democracy system worked. So I think it's just fine the way it is. And if you can grant the modification, that was what we came up here in the first place for. That's all I can say.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
Well, I'll just say that I, for one, and I think this council applauds your effort to make a green, sustainable design.
Right.
We just don't think it's there yet to be appropriate for the neighborhood. And if it comes back and it's if it's lost a lot of its size, bulk, and scale, and the neighbors still appeal it, we may find for you and find that it's just fine. And I know that it's hard to do this in this kind of environment, but it's just not, in my mind, there yet. And I, for one, supported granting the modification just because I think that makes it easier to keep the size, bulk, and scale low, but the votes weren't there to do it.
Okay.
You're putting me in a black hole.
Well, you need to make a decision. We're going to make a decision up here. We're going to vote. And you're going to make a decision as to whether you want to continue or not. And that's up to you.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the
That's
bottom
the
line.
way it goes.
That's how
Sure.
life works. Okay.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second to continue this hearing, come back to us in an uncertain date. And to, forgot what we ended up with the modification. Tell me.
Nope.
No modification,
no,
just
no.
continue it
Okay.
with direction.
But you like the front yard setback, but that's okay. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are in a rush now, and I don't mean to be because we worked so hard on all these tree policies and green policies. We are going to, and then we have a 6 o'clock time certain, so we're going to try to do this as quickly as possible. I don't think so. I don't think so, because they're going to, yeah, I know. So why do they want to come in here?
Can we hold the hearing?
I don't know. We've got to do the green thing first and go in there. Yeah. You know, that's a huge... Out of 5? For the item itself. Oh, I was going. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Never mind. I forgot. So the question is. He's going to get ping pong back again. I know. Okay, we're going to call the Santa Barbara City Council back to order, even though we didn't really call it out of order, but that's life. We are on item number 21. Please read it for us.
Item number 21, Tree Preservation and Landscape Plan Policy Recommendations.
Okay.
Recommendation that Council A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Chapters 1.5.20 and 1.5.24 and Title 22 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code relating to the preservation of trees and maintenance of approved landscape plans, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing administrative penalties for tree removal, excessive pruning, and landscape plan maintenance violations of Chapters 1.5.20, 1.5.24, and 22.11 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you doing this? Ms. Zachary.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Jill Zachary, Parks and Recreation Department. I'll be sharing this presentation with Renee Brook from the Community Development Department. As Council will recall, in January 2008, Council gave staff direction to address a number of issues related to high-profile violations of trees and landscape plans. As part of this, staff initiated, with an interdepartmental team, a review of our policies and our enforcement procedures related to tree removals, excessive pruning, and the failure to maintain improved landscape plans. Since that time, through that recommendation process, which began almost 2 years ago, we undertook a number of steps, beginning with reviewing our existing municipal code requirements, reviewing our enforcement procedures, we prepared preliminary recommendations, which were prepared through and in conjunction with a series of public meetings and with input from boards and commissions. We were before Council last December with our preliminary recommendations, and at that time, Council referred the recommendations to the Ordinance Committee and asked for some additional work to be done to refine the recommendations. After 2 meetings with the Ordinance Committee, we prepared final recommendations, which is what we have before you today. As I mentioned, we had a number of public meetings, 14 meetings altogether, in addition to 2 public workshops. Boards and commissions were involved in the review and discussion related to trees and landscape plans. Specifically, the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission had subsequent discussions related to ANSI standards that Council requested. And the Ordinance Committee, as I said, met twice in April and July. The recommendations that we have for your consideration today have a series of objectives. They're consistent with what we presented last December, and they do have some refinements. Specifically, the recommendations propose that the city establish maximum fines for tree violations, that we clarify a series of technical aspects related to tree regulations, that we apply the American National Standards Institute pruning standards to city trees, that would be city-owned trees. We'll present recommendations to clarify the roles of boards and commissions related to review of trees, regulated trees. We have proposed some clarifying protections for trees on commercial, multifamily, and industrial properties, and clarify landscape plan enforcement. These recommendations, we believe, address the issues that the Council wished us to address 2 years ago. To begin with, we'll review them very quickly, and we understand that we want to move through the presentation fairly fast. With a little bit of background, as you know, the Administrative Citation Ordinance establishes the fines that the city uses for violations, and these are fines that we have used in the past for tree violations. Through our review and discussion with the public feedback, and feedback at board and commission meetings, we determined that the current fine schedule is not an adequate deterrent for tree-related violations. The proposal for new fines show maximum fines for tree violations based on the type of action and the size of the tree. And this is a fine schedule that was presented to Council last December. Its intent is to allow some flexibility depending on the type of violation, the frequency of perhaps there being a violation, the type of corrective action that might be warranted, because that's also part of addressing the violation. And we also assume that this type of fine schedule would also serve as an adequate deterrent, because our ultimate goal is to reduce the number of violations altogether and increase compliance. Another key recommendation is clarifying a number of aspects of our tree regulations. A specific one that is a refinement from when Council received this last December is redefining significant alteration from 1/3 of the overall size of a tree to 1/4 of the tree crown. Another refinement is the application of the ANSI pruning standards and best management practices to city trees. And this would apply for private contractors when they prune city trees, and then also establishes the consistency with city staff using ANSI standards. As part of that, we are planning to record in a database that we manage for all of our city trees when additional pruning is warranted, and there are conditions when that might happen. Rather than extending that regulation to private trees, the ordinance amendments include a recommendation that private landowners consider ANSI standards when they manage their trees. Some other clarifications include the size and location of regulated trees and the protection of trees in parking lots and on approved landscape plans. Now I'll turn the presentation over to Renee Brooke.
Thank you. One of the other items we are charged with is clarifying the roles of various boards and commissions of the city in the regulation of trees and landscape plans. And we aren't making changes in some of those existing roles. One such example of that is city trees. City trees in the public right-of-way would still be regulated by the Street Tree Advisory Committee, giving advice to the Parks and Recreation Commission. We don't recommend any changes to that. With front setback trees, another area where trees are currently regulated, we recommend that the Street Tree Advisory Committee and Parks and Recreation Commission still have the bulk of the review authority for those trees, with the exception of those located in El Pueblo Viejo and Brinkerhoff districts, where those front setback trees would be reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission, consistent with other alterations in EPV and Brinkerhoff district. Parking lot trees, these are currently under the authority of the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission. In our review, our recommendation is that these trees be referred to the ABR rather than Parks and Recreation Commission, which is consistent with other development on these types of properties. Multiple family, commercial, industrial use properties currently would go to the ABR for review, so we wanted to have the parking lot trees brought under that umbrella as well to make that clear. And approved landscape plans, which includes trees depicted on these plans. Again, similar to development of these types of properties, the commercial, multiple family, and industrial uses, we want to have approved landscape plans as part of that development to go back to the design review bodies who originally approved them. So that would be the Architectural Board of Review or the Historic Landmarks Commission in EPV. And so that any significant alterations to those approved plans are returning to the board where they originally were approved. We also looked at our existing requirements for landscape plan maintenance, and there's certain expectations that we think the public and the council and staff have always had, long-standing expectations when landscape plans are approved as part of a development, that they would be maintained. Also, that if there were any substantial alterations, that those changes would need to be reviewed again by the design body that originally reviewed it. The issue that we found, though, is that there's not currently a maintenance standard for landscape plans in the code. So it's difficult for us to, it's ambiguous to determine whether or not a violation has occurred in some instances. So without a defined standard, we didn't have necessarily something clear to point people to that they were in direct violation of. So the enforcement mechanism is currently cumbersome. We enforce it as a violation of a condition of approval, whereas now we're proposing a specific chapter, Chapter 2211, which specifically requires the maintenance of approved landscape plans. It provides a very clear definition for maintenance, so everyone has the same expectation of what it means to maintain a landscape plan. So then we have the clear enforcement mechanism when and if there are violations of that maintenance standard. And again, just a note, Jill mentioned that we are recommending an increase to fines for tree violations. We would recommend that we keep the current fine structure for landscape plan violations, that it would start at $100 only. So with all this, it's highly important that we get this information out to the public and educate them. We aren't actually proposing many new regulations at all. A lot of this is what's currently being enforced. We're hoping to clarify a lot of existing regulations and make the enforcement mechanism more clear. But we found through our review in the public workshops that there are many people out there who don't know that these requirements exist. And so we do want to develop an educational program for landscape professionals to make sure they understand the requirements of tree care and maintenance, and also disseminate this information out to the general public on the city webpage, on Channel 18, public handouts, that sort of thing, to make sure that people are educated, again, as Jill mentioned, so that ultimately we don't have many of these violations at all. I did want to touch on some anticipated workload impacts as a result of some of these changes. I mentioned the outreach and education program that would take some time and staff hours to develop and maintain over the years. We do expect an increase in the number of enforcement cases just as these changes are codified in the municipal code. We might get more complaints about them. We do expect, if we implement an increase in the fine structure for tree violations with those higher fines, that we are likely to get more appeals of administrative citations just by the nature of the size of the fine. We also may see a potential increase in design review applications, or people are being proactive and coming to the design review boards to request changes to their approved landscape plans. And with other work, we just have to balance this with all of our existing assignments. So tree service inspections may be delayed, and any of these enforcement cases that fall under the zoning section would be held on the list with all other zoning enforcement cases. So in summary, these are our proposed recommendations for your consideration this evening. I won't go through them again, but we're here for questions if there's anything that you'd like us to further clarify or answer.
Okay. Are there questions at all? We've seen these before, and we've seen a lot of your meetings, so I think we're comfortable with it. Anything? No? Okay. We need a motion. Public, I do have 4 speakers. And some very active people in this area. Wesley Brown and Kellum DeForest. Mr. Brown.
Thank you for the break between. My name is Wesley Brown, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The mantra for the environmental movement has been think globally, act locally. Staff, council, committees, you all have been doing a lot of thinking locally. I think it's significant, and I hope propitious, that tonight you're going to act globally along with those in Copenhagen, because the protection of trees everywhere, the health of the urban forest, the growing of these great resources is important for us locally, and it's important globally. And I commend you for your work, and I look forward to a swift adoption, and I thank you.
Thank you. We thank you and your wife both. Kellum DeForest and Bill Spiewak will be next.
Kellum DeForest, this is wonderful. At last we're going to get a update the tree ordinance, especially the fines that will hopefully dissuade people from just cutting down trees and then saying that it was cheap, or thinking that it's cheaper to cut them down and pay the $100 fine than to leave them up. And that's, of course, what was one of the reasons for this new ordinance. I do want to ask, why are the fines up to? Why shouldn't they just be the amount? Like when I get a parking ticket, I hope I don't get a parking ticket, but it isn't. I can't go to the. It isn't up to. It's the amount that's on the ticket. So I did want to ask about that, and I also want to be sure. And I think it's a little vague. You talk about El Pueblo, the HLC, the Historic Landmarks Commission, having jurisdiction or consultant on trees in the El Pueblo Viejo and the Brinkerhoff district, but I don't see anything about trees adjacent to historic landmarks, and those trees, especially on the property of an historic landmark, need to be under the jurisdiction, or at least reviewed by the HLC. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bill Spiewak, and then the last speaker will be Robert Adams.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you. My name is Bill Spiewak. As you know, I'm pretty passionate about trees, and I want to commend the staff and the grassroots, Wesley and Kathy Ann, for their hard work and persistence. I had an opportunity to read this last night, and the only thing I would like to say, I do greatly support this. This is a great step in what we're doing. I was reading some of the other ordinances. How exciting! Regarding trees, the view dispute resolution process, and I had a talk with the staff right before this meeting. But I think it's important that they go through the other ordinances and have consistency in the definitions in the other ordinances, specifically the view dispute resolution process, where there's some definitions that are not consistent with this ordinance, and that's just more work. But regarding this ordinance, I think it's great, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. That is important when we go past something, that it is consistent throughout. So good point. Robert Adams, and then the last speaker will be Kathy Ann Brown.
Hi, Robert Adams. I serve on the Historic Landmarks Commission, and I want to say that staff has and a lot of people in the community have been working very hard on this ordinance language, and I appreciate council's support, especially Grant on the ordinance committee, and just getting this language to a really better place than where we have been. And again, I think to protect our urban forests is what we're mainly after, and I think the clarification of the different boards and commissions is some really wonderful language too. So anyway, I think it's well written, and I want to thank Parks and Rec and all their staff and city staff. This is really nicely put together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for saying that. Kathy Ann Brown will be our last speaker.
Thank you. Sorry, I turned it in so late. I just had a couple of questions, a couple of things to point out. I'm not sure how high the priority is in the list of priorities of complaints that are made. Trees, I think, moved up some in the list of priorities in the past. I would like to say that the last I heard from Tim Downey is that he felt he could only inspect 3 complaint sites a week, which is not very much, and especially if we're expecting more complaints. And community development staff has been cut back. That's another issue that I really wanted to call to your attention. I know we need to cut back everywhere, but without staff, these things cannot be done. Okay, it doesn't matter how good the ordinance sounds if it can't be done. I wish that during the public meetings there had been more discussions of the maintenance. There were discussions almost of landscape. Most of the discussions were of the tree issue. There was one meeting that was arranged nicely by staff for landscapers in town, and 3 persons came, I think, 3 landscapers, and we were there too, not being landscapers. I would like it to read, and I haven't read the very last one, I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance, but an earlier form that I read we talked a lot about being green today, and it did not sound very green to me. It did not encourage a more green attitude toward gardening, and it was not specific enough. Words like adequate watering, and don't serve the purpose. I don't think we should have gas-powered tools used in our approved sites. It's not necessary. I did maintenance gardening for decades, and it's just not necessary to have tools that have no smog control, no noise control on them. And that's another enforcement problem. The police don't get there in time, too. But it needs to be written well. It needs to be written specifically to be green. One question that I would like to ask you that you may not be able to answer now, the ordinance, and I can't give you the exact reading, but the ordinance protects trees, 1524 protects trees that are in parking lots, that are in sites that are subject to the parking lot regulations of the city. Staff interprets that to mean that if there is not a plan on file in the archives of the city, that site then is not subject to that protection. Rancho Franciscan on Hitchcock behind the Y has some 50 trees in its parking lot, and staff could not find a plan, and those trees were cut back severely last year, and the city did nothing about it because they said we don't have a plan. I interpret it to read, if the site is subject to those parking regulations at this time, if it's in the right zone, if it's the right size and so on, that it should be subject to protection. We shouldn't allow sites sites where we don't have plans on file for one reason or another, they become lost or they're too old. We shouldn't allow them to go on without tree protection. So that needs to be looked at by the city legally, I think. Also, it's very, very slow to get I'm sorry to go on like this, but one last point. It is extremely hard to get for staff to find the time when they get a complaint to go to the archives. Just like the public, they need to make an appointment with the archivist and get those, and then they need to go through the plan and see if the landscape plans are there. It slows them down immeasurably. If they can just look at the site and see if it's subject to parking lot tree control, they can go right ahead with the enforcement. Thank you. But that needs to be clarified. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. To the council, Mr. Horton.
I'd like to move recommendations A and B.
Okay. Is there discussion? Yeah.
I just want to thank Wesley and Kathy Ann for constant care of our trees throughout the city and the urban forest, and particularly to thank Joan Kent, who I know shepherded this over the last 2 years. And you brought up some other issues. There are always going to be other issues, and I think the budgetary one is a big one that we're going to have to all look at next year. But I think this is what we have here in front of us is really much stronger than what we've had before, and so we really need to pass this now. And if other questions come up, we can always look at that again. But thank you, everyone, for all your work on this important piece of our code.
And Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just real quickly, I know for Mr. DeForest, this may not be exactly what he's talking about. We did talk about and address historic trees, landmark trees, and specimen trees, and how they're protected. I know maybe the next round we'll look at adjacency to historic structures. I think that's more where you're going, and we didn't catch that. I think this is okay right now with this. Maybe next time around we'll look at that. The maintenance required, there is a whole section here specifically on the maintenance that is required, and it's unlawful for an owner of a lot subject to the provisions of this chapter to not maintain the trees, plants, irrigation systems, and other improvements shown on the approved landscape plan. And then last little piece had to do with the parking lot trees and the application there. I think to staff, when we have a landscape plan, we're pretty good at keeping our records now. I mean, maybe in the past they were typewritten and got lost or something, but now they're on the computer. They're kept forever and ever, aren't they? And landscape plans are.
That's correct, Madam Mayor, Councilmember House. You're correct. Right now, we keep records much more efficiently. We get many more landscape plans in our files nowadays. These ones that are tougher, the older ones where we might not have a plan on file, they're very ambiguous. They're tough to enforce. But, the recent past into the future, we'll be able to enforce these much more quickly.
And then, Mr. Wiley, for the consistency with the other ordinances on the definitions, how do we approach that? That's a really legitimate concern, so we're consistent all the way through.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember House, well, I think it probably depends on the definitions. But I have to say, as far as I know, as far as we know, I believe, we haven't been having problems with the view dispute ordinance or the definitions used in that ordinance. To my knowledge, in talking to attorneys in town that have worked with it, that ordinance seems to be working pretty well. And I just don't know that there is an absolute need to have, the same definition that ANSI has in our view dispute ordinance. I think we used some pretty standard industry definitions in that ordinance. as
Okay.
well.
Well, I tell you what, if Mr.
We'll look
Spiewak
at
or others want to bring that to my attention, then maybe you and I can talk. And we do those cleanups every once in a while. If there was something that was going to be problematic, we could address it. I just want to thank everybody who worked so hard on this, and Kathy Ann and Wesley, thank you very much, both of you, for sending so much information, at least my way. It was very helpful while we took this up at ordinance, and really appreciate it. This will make a difference. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, we're going to come back. We were supposed to start at 6. I know we have a closed session, but we're supposed to...
Our recommendation would be you have your closed session during dinner and you come back at 6:30, and I informed Mr. Williams that that's what I would expect.
Okay, so as people come in, we can tell them that. So 6:30. Thank you very much. And go ahead and read what we're doing.
Item number 22, conference with legal counsel pending litigation.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be back here in a half hour, a little over a half hour. Thanks. Thank you. And we had a closed session in there. So we are back, and if you will call the roll, please.
Council members Falcone, absent. Francisco, absent. Horton. House.
Here.
Schneider.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
And Mayor Bloom.
Here. We don't have, do we have any public comment not on the item that's on the agenda? Okay, I don't see any. Go ahead and read the item, please. Item 23.
Medical marijuana dispensary suspension ordinance. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara temporarily suspending the opening or operation of new medical marijuana dispensaries otherwise allowed under Santa Barbara Municipal Code Chapter 28.80 on an interim basis.
Okay, and this is an issue we've been working on for a long time. Last spring, a year ago spring, we started working on it and got an ordinance, and then this last summer started looking at the ordinance again. So this is a subject we're all very familiar with, the ins and outs of the legalities and that sort of thing. So I have a number of speakers, but we're going to have a presentation first. But do not start with ground zero for us, because we, I became an expert in fluoride. Who knew I would do that? And so we are, I wouldn't say we're the ultimate experts, but we certainly know a lot about the subject. So what's before us tonight is a suspension of the permitting. So if we can start, Mr. Cotto, you going to do this? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Blum. This will be short. So we're here talking about the suspension ordinance, a.k.a. the moratorium that everyone's been talking about for a while now. On November 17th, not even a month ago, council directed staff to return with a medical marijuana dispensary, quote, moratorium ordinance. So today we're here with this suspension ordinance, and it would temporarily prohibit the opening and some processing of dispenser applications. And it would be effective 45 days from the adoption date. I want to go over this list again of the approved and pending and non-conforming and illegal dispensaries. Approved and operating, 331 North Milpas. Approved but not open yet. These two have building permits issued, 500 North Milpas and 631 Olive. The next two are appealed from the staff hearing officer to the Planning Commission, and we have not scheduled those yet, pending the outcome of what happens here at this hearing and next week. Those are the pharmacy at 741 Chapala Street and Aloha Spirit at 302 East Haley. The Santa Barbara Green Care Collective at 2S Mission, that was revoked by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, they had a motion to reconsider that did not pass, so it is revoked. Pending, 234 East Haley, 826 Delavina, 430 Chapala, 2915 Delavina, and 16 South Lacumba Drive. Non-conforming, we have 4. These are the ones that existed prior to the adoption of the current ordinance, and they were able to prove that. 3516 State, 27 Parker, 100 East Haley, and 3128 State. Now, 3 of these are under enforcement currently by the city attorney's office because we don't think that they continued to be in operation for, the ordinance requires you to be in operation for you can't stop operation for more than 30 days. And for 3 of those, we think that happened. And then there are several that are illegal, 2915 De La Vina, and they're in a location that's allowed, so they've put in an application, which is pending. 336 Anacapa, which is definitely closed, 1715 Bond, and 1 or 2 others that are, I'm not sure how public that is because the police department's investigating.
Okay, the question, go ahead.
Which is the 3 that are were issued letters and cease and desist letters?
The cease and desist letters were given to 3516 State, 27 Parker Way, and 100 East Haley. And in fact, we do have an enforcement case against 2915 De La Vina too, but they're not non-conforming. They never registered with us, and we think that they were closed for more than 30 days as well. So those are the 4 that the city attorney's office has enforcement cases out against. So as currently written, the ordinance allows pending and new application processing through project approval, but the approved dispensaries would not be allowed to open. Oh, and let me go back for a second when I say that. So when we talk about this list, these 3 in the first group, these would be allowed to continue operation. So, for example, 331 North Milpas, they're open. They would allowed to continue to be open and stay in business. 500 North Milpas and 631 Olive would be allowed to complete their building permits and open under the proposed ordinance. The rest of these are actually the way that it's written. The rest of these would be allowed to continue operation and go through the staff hearing officer and appeals to planning commission, but they would not be allowed to open. There is an optional provision. It's section 3 of the ordinance. It's in italics, and that addresses the pending and new application processing. As written in italics here in the ordinance, it would allow projects to be processed through application completeness. So we would review the applications, we'd do site visits, we'd make sure that they had all the information that they needed, but they would not be scheduled for a hearing at the staff hearing officer. So we as staff would recommend that I've been to so many different boards, that the council would adopt the optional section 3 of the ordinance. The next steps, if this ordinance gets adopted today, introduced today, it would be adopted next week, and if that happened, it would expire 45 days later on January 29th. So we envision an extension ordinance. I'm not sure what that would be called. Maybe that'd be an interim ordinance, but that would extend the 45 days to the full year. So it would give it another 10 months and 15 days, something like that. And we think that would happen on January 12th and January 26th, since those are the only 2 days that council is meeting in January, and we would want it to be effective prior to this 45-day suspension becoming ineffective or losing effectiveness. I don't know what you call that exactly. So the Phase 1 revisions, these are the revisions that the Ordinance Committee has been working on since September 15th. They're scheduled for Planning Commission review and recommendation on December 17th, which is a week from this coming Thursday. And we envision those to be back at Council in January and February of 2010. The Phase 2 revisions, which Council gave that direction to the Ordinance Committee on November 17th to make sure that the dispensaries are collectives and cooperatives and they are fully compliant with state law, that we envision going to Ordinance Committee early in 2010 as well and continuing with that process. That concludes my staff presentation. Thank you very much.
Could I have you just go over, I think it went over my head, and I need to get it clearer in my head, the choices we have with with what would happen if we put this ordinance in place, and then what would happen to those that whole list of projects that are going through right now. You said that we have 2 choices.
Yes.
If you could just...
Mayor Blum, the first choice is if the council were not to adopt the optional Section 3.
Okay.
Okay. So without optional Section 3, what would happen is the first three would be allowed to continue. That happens in either scenario. But without the optional Section 3, all of these would be able to continue with their processing and would be able to get a decision either by the staff hearing officer or appeal to the Planning Commission, but that's where it would end. They would not be allowed to continue beyond that until the suspension and perhaps the extension were to either be superseded by the new ordinance that gets adopted, Phase 1 and Phase 2, or if that didn't happen in time, then if the suspension ordinance were to run out, then they would continue after that. Now, with optional Section 3, these from this line down would be allowed to, well, okay, so these two would not be allowed to move forward because you can't go to a decision. This one, well, it's revoked, so nothing would happen with that. But these ones would continue through application completeness. And normally when an application is complete is when we schedule it for a hearing, but those would not be scheduled. So they allow us to go a little bit further along and to, I was about to say get vested, but that's not true. It just kind of puts them in line, I guess.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes,
might try
go
to
ahead.
just clarify
Okay, sure.
again, just say the same thing, but from planning staff's perspective, your options are: do you want to continue to have hearings of potential dispensaries in front of the staff hearing officer and on appeal to the Planning Commission while we continue to finish this revised ordinance that you're currently working on? And then if they meet the conditions of the revised ordinance, then they can proceed to building permit and start opening. It's planning staff's recommendation, though, is that we not be holding staff hearing officer public hearings and planning commission appeal hearings while we're still working on the parameters of the revised ordinance. That it's a little awkward to be dealing with an existing ordinance, and while we all know there's a revised ordinance coming, it hasn't been adopted yet. And we just think it's cleaner to kind of hold off those public hearings and public comment and scrutiny until we have the revised adopted council ordinance in place, so then we know exactly what the parameters are that we're looking and evaluating the applications under. So those are the two basic options you have in front of you.
Okay, Ms. Steiner.
Thank you. Just to be clear, if option 3 was not, if we decided not to do option 3 and people would go through the staff hearing officer and PC appeals, those would be under the current rules, correct? And if we did put in option 3 that basically freezes everything once assuming a new ordinance is adopted, we would thaw those out. They would unfreeze it, and then they would go under the new rules. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
In terms of the most important part of the Phase 1 provisions that we centered on at Ordinance Committee was this giving the non-conforming less time to come into conformance, to shrink that to 6 months. When we make that recommendation, is that 6 months from October when we asked for it, or is it 6 months of whenever it comes to council? I guess that's a wily question.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Williams, that's strictly up to the City Council. That's really not on the table tonight.
But we could decide to make it 6 months from October.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The other question is, has staff determined whether we should continue with this process after the moratorium? It seems to me like one of the other items that we've been talking an awful lot about. It was in the provisions of the citizen-sponsored ordinance. It was it's how it's done in Oakland, is where we look at all the applications at once and we just pick out the best, and those are the ones that go forward, an RFP or a franchise. And that way you automatically can take out situations where
it's just not the right place, even if you may not have anticipated what that kind of spatial relationship would be. Because it's impossible for us to map out all the recovery centers in town and all the possible places where there might be kids or people in recovery that we would not like to be close to it. So, you know, how could we set up some kind of RFP process similar to that which was in the citizen-sponsored ordinance, or similar to that which Oakland has?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Williams, I really would question the legality of such an arrangement. And to be honest with you, it's not my understanding of what Oakland did. Oakland, it's my understanding, merely set a cap, excuse me, of 4 dispensaries per the city, in the entire city, and then ended up with what they ended up with. But I think that's the whole concept of an RFP for dispensaries, an RFP by the city for private property. It doesn't make any legal sense to me, and it's a little bit too off the traditional approach to this, that I think that it would to be validated by the courts primarily. Secondarily, I just the council's already asked us to, at some point, and this probably is the third priority in the things that we've been talking about on the subject, to look at moving to the collective cooperative model.
Yes.
And if there's a polar opposite to the collective cooperative model, it would be for the city to sponsor RFPs for dispensaries.
Well, if they had to be collectives, that wouldn't be the case. Steve, I can tell you that Oakland's model did look at all of the applications at once, and they picked the best. I don't know whether you call that an RFP or if you call that something else, but that's how Oakland did it. And so I guess what I'm asking is, as part of a follow-up to this, could we direct you to examine how Oakland set this up? Because, I guess if there's 10 applications, we obviously don't want to have 10 collectives in town. So I'm trying to come up with a better way than handling this, where we go step by step, and whatever is the first one in line, that's the one that we say yes or no to, even if that may not be the best one for the city. And so I'm asking if that can be something as a follow-up to this, if we decide to go there today.
And Madam Mayor, council members, I guess part of my response would be, we follow the direction of the City Council. And so far you haven't directed us to go towards that approach. You've worked on what we're calling, I guess, those phase 1 set of revised ordinance provisions, which set up the cap of 7 based upon geographical areas, and the other updates that the Ordinance Committee's been working on for the last 5 or 6 months. And then we got council direction about a month ago about looking at the collective approach kind of layered on top of that. This suspension ordinance, and then if you extend it in January, is essentially saying, hold on, let's buy some time till we figure out what that ordinance is. And if during that ordinance deliberation, Councilmember Williams and a majority of the council asks us to pursue a slightly revised way of looking at it and approving the projects, then we can do that. I mean, what we're doing tonight is buying you the time to make sure you adopt a revised ordinance coming out the other end that you want to do.
Got it.
Okay, Mr. House?
Which goes a little bit to my question, and it has has to do with, I know we're changing nomenclature here, and we discussed this at Ordinance Committee in the conversation we were having recently. And I was looking at what West Hollywood had done, and they didn't use medical marijuana dispensary. They didn't use the word dispensary. They were speaking about collectives, and they were, that's the framework of their entire ordinance. They were shifting from a zoning approach to a business license approach in terms of their management. They were very similar to us in terms of limiting the number in the city, and there were geographic distribution. There was a lot of things that were very similar to the revision that's going through the process here right now. And so, recognizing that what we have in the revision that the council hasn't seen yet, the planning commission hasn't seen yet, that revision is, even though we still use the word dispensary, we've shifted we've already begun to shift the context to this collective because we reference state law. We've referenced it, state law and the guidelines, and so we have pretty real clear indication, at least from the state's perspective, and with our advice from our council, that for-profit storefronts aren't the way of the future, and that this collective model, which would be on a nonprofit basis, which we've also included in the revised ordinance, is where things are going. And so I'm trying to find out what it is that we think is going to be different, except for the word collective, number one, in terms of what we might do next here in the city. I mean, there seems to be an expectation that the revision that is going through the process right now is somehow inadequate, even though it hasn't been fully vetted, and it's on its way back here with the changes that one could very well anticipate are, I mean, the kinds of things that we've been, seem to be discussing. So, and the fact that we're making sure that the consistency with state law is actually built right into it, which leads us to this collective model. And then the last little piece of this puzzle here is that Mr. Wiley has told us, and we understand that collectives aren't really necessarily storefronts or not necessarily something with a public presence. I mean, anybody in a group of associates or friends can establish a collective. It would be a private arrangement. It would be wholly legal by the state, and we're pretty well preempted from doing much about it. And where our efforts have been focused, same thing as Hollywood, West Hollywood, on what happens when you have a storefront version, and we're regulating that and citing it and all that. So what is it that staff sees that's so different about what's being proposed as this new revision to the ordinance beyond what we've done? What's the new improved version that you were seeing coming forward? Because I haven't yet been able to see any significant, except for some tweaking that we might do by the time it gets back to City Council. What's the new difference that you're seeing us sink our teeth into here?
From my perspective, and then Mr. Wiley can share his as well, Madam Mayor and Councilmember House, is the Ordinance Committee spent a lot of time on the revisions to the ordinance, and that's what we're taking to the Planning Commission in early January and then back to the full council. And the only additional thing we need to layer over that is council's direction to go with this collective approach. And between you and me, I'm not exactly clear about what that's going to mean. And so I think that's what we got to have the conversation with and work with you. And I don't know if Mr. Wiley has more to add on that at this point.
Well, Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, to try to respond directly to your question, that the ordinance that's going to the Planning Commission in a week or so, that the Ordinance Committee endorsed in recognizing that it could yet get changed, it may yet get changed, to me is significant because it caps the maximum number of dispensaries in the city at 7, and it talks about having those 7 geographically well distributed throughout the city. And I suspect that one of the things that we may end up, the logic of that approach is not so much the radius requirements of the original ordinance of 500 feet from this and 1,000 feet from that, and identifying things you have to be away from, will be that approach will force us to identify specific areas, even specific block faces, where we think dispensaries may be appropriate, and simply identify those block faces. And then we'd want, and obviously in identifying those block faces, we will have run them through the radius requirements, but then in a sense the radius requirements can kind of fall away, and once we've in the ordinance identified the block faces, they are what they are. And that'll end up with the maximum number and a well-distributed dispensary approach. But that, again, that's the zoning model, that's the dispensary approach. And I have to mention that, events are in a way passing us up. Just a week ago yesterday, Los Angeles County Superior Court judge issued an injunction with a 10-page ruling. And the injunction was at the request of the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. And this ruling, I just read it yesterday, was real specific. Dispensaries are not permitted by state law. The exchange of cash, the sale of medical marijuana is not allowed. storefront dispensaries are a violation of the Compassionate Use Act. In L.A. also argued they were a violation of the state drug act that required regulation of drugs, and also the unfair competition law in the state of California. That latter law cannot be enforced by the city of Santa Barbara. It's only larger cities can enforce that. But my point here is that the courts are kind of ahead of us on this, and the trend is very clearly that dispensaries are not being viewed as at all consistent with Prop 215 or the SB 420 statutes or the Attorney General guidelines. So in a way, I mean, this discussion strikes me as a bit of the cart before the horse. The horse right now is a timeout, and that's all that's really on the agenda.
Well, actually,
tonight.
Mr. Wiley, I have a question about that, because my concern is that the timeout that we're talking about is going to be postponing a more rigorous ordinance that we've worked very hard on, that is moving through the system right now. It's going to be a planning commission and come back to city council, and it actually addresses a lot of the concerns we've heard from the public. In fact, it even shortens the time frame for those that are non-conforming, so that they will either get another, get back in the process somewhere or just go away. But there's a lot of things that we've done so far that are now sort of being held off from going into effect, that are very responsive to what we've heard from the public as we do this. And I'm not saying I'm against this, what we're going to do and talk about tonight. I'm just saying, what is it about what we've done so far that so far misses the mark? It seems like we've addressed so many of the concerns we've heard. In fact, while we've used the word dispensary, what we've really defined and talked about is the collective. We've referenced directly the state law, which is going exactly in the direction you're talking about. And so, why aren't we vigorously pursuing this process? And what's the benefit of holding out for some another layer of revision when we actually have the opportunity to make those revisions as it goes to Planning Commission and comes back to City Council, and make those revisions now instead of postponing it for as much as possibly a year?
Madam Mayor,
people want some action now. I mean, shouldn't we be taking what we've got and putting it into effect?
Councilmember House, I think we are. We're actually moving forward on parallel tracks. There was some question 2 weeks ago whether we could get to the Planning Commission in December with the revised Chapter 2880, and we made it happen. We're going to, is it the 17th? Yeah, the 17th of December, that revised ordinance will be in front of the Planning Commission. I'm going to be there. I assume Mr. Casey and Mr. Cotto are going to be there. And frankly, I'm going to try to press the Planning Commission to provide all the input they have to provide that day, so that we may be in a position to get that ordinance back to the council in January or February, in a best case scenario. We're realistic around here. We don't have that many meetings in January, for one thing.
I hope I can be explicit. My concern is that I don't think that anything we do should be a signal that we're holding up on the strengthened and revised ordinance. And at the way that it was presented here, at least by staff, the way I read it was, well, we're going to get this 45-day, and then we're going to go for the year, and somewhere in there we may actually get these revisions in place, and like somehow we've got this big breathing space, but then we're going to miss this opportunity about the shorter time frame. We're going to miss opportunities about these locational places, just to have things, and I guess the idea is that when you have this moratorium, and you think nothing's going to be going through. No, things may very well be processing through. And at the same time, remember before, those jurisdictions that have had bans and moratoria have had all sorts of other pressures, push out illegal things, and then you're doing more enforcement. So I'm looking for how quickly we can get the strength and regulation in place.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember House, let's be very clear. What's before you tonight is introducing an ordinance which is a 45-day moratorium or suspension, and that's what's allowed by state law. What we will then bring back to you in January is the opportunity to extend that if you want, and you can extend it up to 1 year. You can extend it for a shorter period of time, or you can extend it for a year, but then when you're prepared to lift the ordinance, you can lift the moratorium at any time during that year as well. And so we're just kind of giving you the parameters of the options you have before us. And if council's prepared to act on the ordinance, the revised ordinance that we're bringing back to you in January or February, and feels comfortable that they're ready to start processing applications again, that action can happen simultaneously with your adoption of the new ordinance as well. So when we said a year, we're not saying that we're not going to process any applications for a year, and that's how long it's going to take to revise. We're saying that's the parameter you have before you and the option you have before you.
And
But
remember
that's as long,
that
how long
for
as
those
you
three
can
that
do.
we have that are in the process, part of why I'm saying all this is that the revised ordinance that we're talking about affects those three. And if we don't have it in place, it doesn't affect those three. So, you know, it's not like just everything stops. You've got the missed opportunity to include them in what's been worked out already. So
I think we're in agreement that you will have options as the deliberative body about how you want to have this play out and come out the other end.
Okay. Did you have something else, Mr. Williams?
I wasn't clear on one of your points, Steve. The L.A. Superior Court decision, what you refer to as storefront dispensaries, does that include storefront collectives, or what is that? What does that mean?
It's hard to know at this point. Some people would say, you know, frankly, that a storefront cooperative is an oxymoron.
Right.
It can't exist. And I don't want to get into too much detail. It has to do with the definition of a primary caregiver under the SB 420 statutes and the apparent inability of someone to sell medical marijuana or to provide medical marijuana at a storefront on a walk-in basis and still qualify as a primary caregiver. They don't appear to be primary caregivers when they're just standing behind a counter providing someone with medical marijuana. Number one. Number two, I think in large part whether something is truly a cooperative will boil down to where the marijuana is coming from. And I know, like, for example, the city of L.A. is trying to adopt a cooperative collective model ordinance, and they are one of the things they're doing is to require the records for where the marijuana comes from, who is cultivating it, and to prove that it's being cultivated by cooperative members, and the records will be available to the police department to prove that the marijuana has been cultivated by cooperative or collective members. Conceivably, hypothetically, you could have a cooperative that operated out of an office or a storefront, but it was all cooperative. It was cultivated cooperatively. When we say you can do this in someone's home and have a social get-together and distribute the marijuana, there's no reason why that couldn't happen in a second-floor walk-up professional office space or even in a storefront. But it shouldn't, according to the state statutes, involve profit. It shouldn't really involve a cash transaction, a sale transaction. It should be in accordance with a cooperative agreement where everyone's cooperating, and the only money that's involved is reimbursement to the people who are cultivating the marijuana.
That does clarify it a little bit, because your first comment freaked me out for a second, because what I definitely don't want to see is a proliferation of collectives in the residential neighborhoods, which would be the alternative to having a collective operate out of an office or a storefront.
But I think, as Councilmember House mentioned, the state's pretty much already decided that when they adopted SB 420 and endorsed the cooperative collective model. And those are preemptive statutes. There's no doubt about that. We can't change them.
We can't ban those or...
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. We have several people who would like to speak. Let me make sure that's on. It is. We'll start with John Kennedy, to be followed by Derek Weston. We have a couple minutes. And if you could just address the moratorium part, we would appreciate it. There's a clock up there in the podium.
Good evening, council members. The topic I'd like to discuss is safe access for medical marijuana patients. I do believe that by working with the collectives...
May I stop you just for a second?
I'm sorry?
You're the first speaker, so you're going to be my little test case.
Okay.
What we have before us today, we've had several hearings over the past year and a half. What we have before us today is an ordinance to suspend all permitting.
Correct.
So that's what I want you to address, not
That's actually
whatever it was you just said.
Okay.
I forgot.
I believe
We'll
that
start
working
over.
with the collectives, there's more to gain. By providing safe access for the customers, you'll be looking, if you can turn the other one back on that you had with the dispensaries on it, please. Out of the top 3 that are approved, operating, and approved but not open yet, that would be a very limited amount of access for the patients. If we would include, let's just say, the first 3 and the second 2, both appealed and approved, as well as pending the appeal, we would have at least a small amount of individuals that we can work with in the meantime while the moratorium is in action to find out any solutions and would give the city a chance to work with the collectives directly, do their due diligence on actual local models that you can work with to determine what rules and regulations should be implemented. With this limited number of collectives there for the proposed moratorium period, the city can look to see what model and course is needed through working directly with the collectives to determine who, what the standards should be, and only through communication, cooperation, both current and ongoing, can the city determine how and what should be imposed. By not allowing access for the medical marijuana patients, you will be enforcing a criminal element upon the community through delivery services, collective popping up like you just discussed as well. I do believe if there is a moratorium to put out, you should look at access as a time period. 10 months of having 1 dispensary, 2 dispensaries is in town. That's really not too much of an access. If you were to impose a moratorium, I would ask you would do something in a little bit more of a timely manner, 30, 45 days, so access can be allowed eventually.
Okay. Thank you. Derek Weston, to be followed by Jeff Rowland.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Council. My name is Derek Weston. I'm here on behalf of Santa Barbara Patients Group. We are comfortable with the moratorium, with just a few clarifications that I believe are accurate. Existing non-conforming uses, such as the Santa Barbara Patients Group on Upper State Street, would be able to continue in operation because it is permitted under the current form of the ordinance and would be permitted for at least 6 months under the new ordinance. And it does have the other requisite city permits. So we think that's appropriate. We, as the members of the Ordinance Committee know, we are also in support of shortening the period of time, the grace period of time during which the new ordinance would go into effect. However, that needs to be meshed with what you are doing tonight, because you don't want to have that 6-month period go into effect without a reasonable period of time for people to process applications and move forward. So we actually favor a moratorium that allows as much processing as possible, especially of the applications that are already on file, even perhaps all the way to permit, perhaps with the qualification that they would be subject to any future amendments to the ordinance. The reason is that I agree with Councilmember Grant House that you want to enforce the new rules, which are considerably stricter, as soon as possible. And that's only going to happen if you allow as much processing to go forward as possible. So I think you should at least consider, maybe after this 45 days, fine-tuning the moratorium so that there would be processing of at least the existing applications. I think, as the last speaker said, that would allow you to learn something in the process, would allow you to refine your model. Those are my comments. If you postpone all processing, then eventually you'll adopt the new ordinance, and everyone will start from scratch, and there will be a long period of time before the new ordinance can go into effect. That's why we favor allowing processing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Rowland, followed by Heather Poet.
Good evening. Again, here we are. So I'm very much in support of a moratorium. I take a totally different perspective from the previous speaker, and I'm a little bit surprised by staff's explanation. It was fairly convoluted and difficult to understand, and it was clear to me that some of the council members did not understand it. But I'd like to be clear. In my mind, a moratorium means that, the places that are open get to remain open. The places that are approved and haven't been open, that aren't open yet, I guess they potentially get to open. And everybody else should be put on hold. That's the point of a moratorium, is to stop processing. You guys are trying to figure out what your ordinance is going to be. You have a pretty good next version of the ordinance that's coming down the pipeline. It's going to be here really soon, and you guys are going to be able to vote on it. So let's stop processing until you have that in place. And then, you know, if and when you decide to lift a moratorium, you can do that. But it's crazy to be processing applications when you don't know what your ordinance is going to be. Why waste city staff time? Why waste the time of the people who are trying to get their marijuana stores open and waste everybody's time and money? Stop everything until you have it figured out. I mean, this is crazy. I can't believe this is my city government at work. I mean, that's nuts.
Your neighbors were trying.
Did you guys read the agenda? Because 90% of what you just talked about was not on the agenda. The agenda is the moratorium, and you guys are talking about RFPs and all kinds of other stuff. It's crazy. So all I can say is, moratorium, do it right. Stop processing, figure out what you guys are going to do, and then move forward. It's really straightforward. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
Thank you. Heather Poet will be followed by David Hughes.
Good evening. Excuse me. There's a lot of this that seems to go on back and forth. We go back and forth by what we think a moratorium is, or what we're trying to figure out on this. And I see a lot of really heated debate and a lot of really reasonable, judicious trying to understand a point at which we can come to where you have good collectives, storefront collectives that help the community. I think that the reason that you're doing this is because you want to have places in Santa Barbara where people can go and safely get their medicine. And I see that all of you seem to be working towards that. I take a very different opinion from the last speaker that you don't know what you're doing. I think you do. I think you absolutely know what you're doing, and this is an incredibly hard thing to be deciding. But I think that you're coming to it, and I really appreciate it, and I wanted to let you know that. That's basically all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. David Hughes, followed by Wendy Kaysen.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is David Hughes. I would urge you to follow the staff recommendation and adopt the suspension ordinance with an effective date of November 18th. I'd also urge you to follow the staff recommendation and have the optional provision in it as well. And not only does this make sense and is cleaner as the staff has recommended, but I think Mr. Wiley really answered Mr. House's question as best as it could be answered. This matter is now being driven by the courts of the state of California more than anything. They are ahead of the process, and they're involved for a lot of reasons. There's two very recent court decisions. One, the Hemp Factory 5 case, which was based on part on the 4th District Court of Appeal case in Hawkindale. And both of those cases did the following. They supported the AG guidelines, but they also made it very clear that collectives and cooperatives cannot sell medical marijuana even to their members. Collectives and cooperatives cannot buy marijuana from outside the collective and cooperative. And collectives and cooperatives have to follow the strict guidelines of state law. Now, why should you be patient and wait and not go ahead with the proposed ordinance you have so far? Because the court process is still going forward. By December 18th, we're going to know whether or not the California Supreme Court is going to take review of one of these cases. In the next week, we expect another decision from the 4th District Court of Appeals. They're all dealing with this issue, and they're moving in the direction Mr. Wiley is indicating. So it simply does not make sense for this council, when the legal horse is driving this, for you to be even thinking of giving preference to certain applications, pending applications, when they're based on either the old existing ordinance of the city or maybe based on what is pending from the ordinance committee. And what the ordinance committee is doing, as I read it, has not put into it all the new things that the courts are saying. So I urge you, follow the staff's recommendation, do this patiently, slowly. The courts are going to give you tremendous clear direction within the next couple of months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, we have a question from Mr. Williams.
So, from your comments, it would lead me to believe that I shouldn't pass the phase one of the ordinance changes, but to not pass that would mean that the non-conforming dispensaries can stay in operation. That's not what you're asking us to do,
No,
right?
no. And as
Okay.
a matter of fact, I think you're going to be obligated very shortly, as some of these decisions are final, to direct your city attorney to review even some of your approved dispensaries already. The 3 you have approved right now may not be in conformance with state law. For example, if any of them are not really collectives or cooperatives and are selling medicine to their members, or if to be a member all you have to do is sign up at the store, that doesn't meet the definition of a patient caregiver, you may have 3 illegal operations right now. So the courts are dealing with this. They're coming down with clear decisions. They're all unanimous in their decisions so far. And they're going to eventually draft the ordinance for you. And you just need to wait for that. Otherwise, you're going to have an ordinance in effect, and you're going to give a false sense of hope to some people here in town, including some of these operators, when you don't want to do that. And that's why I think you have to adopt the optional provision, cut off the pending applications, because why would you want to go through the process of not approving but giving hope to some people under the pending ordinance or the present ordinance when it may all change in the next couple of months? And I think Mr. Wiley would say that's probably what's going to occur.
So, but your point is that you still support going forward with phase one. You just think that that's not enough, right? Because there's going to be so many changes after
I don't completely understand phase one.
Well,
my belief.
Can I clarify it for you?
Sure.
Phase one is the ordinance changes that the ordinance committee brought forth, which includes shrinking the time of nonconformity from 18 months to 6 months. If we don't pass phase one, we're not shrinking it to 6 months, and the nonconforming exist for 18 more months.
That's not before me tonight, and so the mayor would, or you and the mayor would tell me not to respond. But the way I would answer it is this way: is your phase one is still dealing with an ineffective and inadequate model of what the collectives and cooperatives are going to be. So you would be creating not only nonconformity but in violation of state law. The city attorney may be obligated to take enforcement action against some of the very things you're now thinking about approving.
Right.
You don't want to be in that bind, in that mess. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wendy Casing, followed by John Donahue.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my thoughts and ideas on this issue in front of us. First of all, I just want to say, in regards to a co-op and charging money, I shop at the Isla Vista Food Co-op, and they make money off the food because it costs money to procure the food, to distribute the food, to sell the food, to maintain the building, to pay the rent, so forth, the utilities. I don't see anything wrong with that. What's wrong with that? I mean, I don't want to go out and make all the food that I buy at the co-op. I don't want to make my own cheese, you know. I don't want to milk my own cows. So people come together, form a co-op, because it just makes things a lot easier for everybody all the way around. And as far as driving a little bit of profit to improve the co-op, so be it. That's a wonderful thing. I don't think that's a bad thing or a harmful thing or an illegal thing. And I have a feeling some of these lawsuits that are going forward that are going to limit marijuana will eventually be overturned, you know, as we become a more enlightened society. Might take a while, but again, I think there's nothing wrong with a co-op model. And also, why, if literally thousands of physicians and researchers around the country support the efficacy of using medical marijuana in dozens of medical conditions, why would you want to limit or access it now, you know, or make it difficult for people to procure? Why should these people in pain wait? And I have lists of, you know, many doctors that find that it's wonderful for multiple sclerosis, for glaucoma, for cancer patients, and in contrast to many treatments that are very, side effects are very harmful to them. Anyway, you can read that later. That's from Judge Francis Young's own opinion. Judge Francis L. Young, he's a DEA administrative judge. He's done a tremendous amount of research, and I refer you to him and his opinion. And also, if under current California state law, there are clearly defined guidelines for running dispensaries or co-ops, whatever you want to call them, they're all pretty similar. Why do we have to reinvent the wheel? I don't get it. It's already right here. You go online and you can look at the law. And it says exactly how they are to be run, from the membership, distribution, possession, cultivation guidelines. Everything is right here. So what are we, fooling around for? Bottom line, I say that I believe there's a lot of people here in this county and certainly other counties and across the United States that have medical conditions that would benefit greatly from access and use of medical marijuana.
May I ask you to speak just to the moratorium, which you haven't mentioned at all, and your 2 minutes are way over, so talk to our moratorium.
Excuse me, I actually, unless you didn't hear, I'm saying why wait? Why have a moratorium?
You don't think we should have one?
I'm completely opposed. And I'm just saying that why would the City Council of Santa Barbara want to make patients wait? It's and the Judge Francis Young says it's far safer, medical marijuana, than many of the foods, and I'm quoting here, it's far safer than many of the foods we consume. Again, what's the reason for initiating a delay in approval for something that the state legislature has clearly approved, and what is the purpose for reinventing the wheel? And also just your arbitrariness. I don't get that. Why say, yes, this collective, no, not that collective. That doesn't sound very democratic to me.
Thank you.
So, and I also refer you to a book by Orange County Judge James P. Gray. He wrote a book called Why Our Drug Laws Have Failed and What We Can Do About It. It's subtitled A Judicial Indictment of the War on Drugs. And it's an excellent reference for politicians, voters, activists, law enforcement agencies seeking to reform established policy. So I refer you to that before you make any concrete decision on this matter. Thank you.
John Donahue, be followed by Tom Thomas.
John Donahue, Aloha Spirit. For the last 9 months, Aloha Spirit has been working to open a collective that follows all the rules that are in the city ordinance. We have done an extensive search in order to find a location that was not near a school, park, religious institution, or rehabilitation center. Upon finding and securing a location, we began the application process. After receiving approval from the staff hearing officer, we began planning our opening, only to be notified of an appeal. We were given an appeal date to discuss our appeal that has since been canceled. We now find ourselves involved in a lease, amongst other responsibilities, with the possibility of not being able to open for a year. Please take into consideration that we have met and exceeded all the requirements of the ordinance, including future additions to it. We just ask that you take into consideration the time, the money that we have vested in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Thomas will be followed by Rolf Gehling.
Good evening, council members. Excuse my voice. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of Fighting Back, which is an arm on the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. When I spoke to you on November 17th, I made the point that I thought a moratorium was the appropriate place for us to go. And my major concern was, as you may recall, Fighting Back has programs to assist the non-use of drugs and alcohol for adolescents between 12 and 17 years of age. And I said at that time I thought the moratorium could be used by you all to take the time to study how, whether we use dispensaries, which, as you know, 120 cities have now banned dispensaries totally. That's up from 29 3 years ago. And dispensaries today have not demonstrated that they can properly keep drugs away from those non-medical needs. And I recognize there is a use for it in a medical standpoint, but there are too many adolescents that are getting drugs by standing outside dispensaries and getting notes signed by purported physicians and going in and getting their marijuana. Again, I know there's a medical need, but if we're going to provide for that medical need, we might need to find a way not to get it to people that shouldn't have it for the reasons that they're getting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rolf Gehling, followed by, just a second. I'll put that aside. Joanne LaForce.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Again, Rolf Gehling, President of the Santa Barbara Rescue Mission, speaking as one of the largest providers of residential drug and alcohol treatment in the Central Coast. I am extremely grateful for what's transpired over the last month in the issue of storefront dispensaries. I appreciate your willingness to engage the issue and to do so thoughtfully, as this has wide-reaching impacts for our community. The two things I would want to point out to you are probably already apparent to you. But first of all, there is a broad cross-section of stakeholders in our community that is asking you to enact a moratorium. There are times where I imagine you as a council have had to make decisions with some speculation as to what the public interest is. But hopefully groups that I'm a part of and the leaders in education and business and other throughout the community, citizens groups who have contacted you, have served you by making it clear to you where what the public opinion is on this issue. And so that's why we would want to clearly ask you to enact a moratorium effective November 18th with no special considerations extended for applications in process. And then I think it's important for you to realize that, again, just elaborating a little bit, the people that have communicated with you, you know who they are. You know the long-standing and the stakeholders they are in our community. And I would counter that you have heard voices to the contrary, but I don't think anywhere you've heard this public interest saying we believe that storefront dispensaries are good for Santa Barbara. Although we may be helping a minority of people in our community who have a need, I think we need to count the public interest. Again, I just want to reiterate that separate from what was proposed, that the public perception would be a moratorium is, in fact, a complete and total moratorium. We are engaging in something that has risks for our community, and we don't jump out of airplanes and figure out how to skydive on the way down. In fact, we actually take time on the ground before the plane takes off to figure out how we're going to endeavor to do that. So that analogy, I think, fits with this. So I thank you for your time and, again, for your thoughtfulness on this issue.
Thank you. Joanne LaForce, followed by John Campanella.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. You know who I am. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not here to debate collective versus cooperative. With all due respect, Mr. Wiley, storefront collectives is not an oxymoron, and we're doing it in West Hollywood. So there is an avenue for that, like what the woman spoke about, collectives and farmers markets, the same type of thing. I can go into a lot of reasons why I don't believe a moratorium is the best choice as a stakeholder and a potential applicant. I would like to speak, though, about as a medical professional. If a moratorium is enacted tonight, I would like that it be for a short period of time and not a year. If we have a long moratorium, we'll get just what many of these concerned citizens don't want. It leaves the city with a concentration on the east side, especially of non-conforming, if the non-conformings are going away in 6 months, and they'll not be able to meet the needs of our city. I truly believe that based on our demographics. This also leaves collectives that may not attract the elderly and the mainstream patients who don't feel comfortable going through locked doors to get their medicine. Our demographics are very much changing. The age is increasing. More mainstream people, especially with the AMA making their changes and doctors recommending that they try medical cannabis. They want a safe place to do that, and they're not going to be coming weekly to bake brownies or to cultivate their own medicine. So we really need to look at that. I think it's going to be a long time before the courts really decide what is a collective or how the Compassionate Use Act is really interpreted. So I don't think that we should wait either. I think we should move forward with the revisions that the Ordinance Committee has recommended. I think if we wait for a long time with a moratorium, we'll see a proliferation of illegal dispensaries. They'll be popping up in residential areas. I've seen it in other cities. And now you have control. I think a moratorium, especially for a long period of time, will allow that control to slip away. Just for your information, Palm Springs, their RFP process, they didn't adopt it through the Planning Committee. The Planning Committee had 11 applicants for 2 spaces, and the Planning Committee gave their recommendations based on zoning, and they had nobody that complied with the zoning. So the city council said, okay, persuade us. So they asked 6 of the 11 applicants to convince them why they should select them. And it was an RFP process that went through the planning, but the city council said we want it. So they have a week to say if they to persuade them to based on the services they offer, how the transactions are done, where it's cultivated. There was like 5 different issues. So there is a way to do that if you decide to go that way. I think it's a good way. Thank you.
Thank you. John Campanella, followed by Janet Rouse.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. John Campanella, Vermont Development Company. I'm speaking on behalf of our company tonight that owns 5 units in Paseo Chapala, and I'm speaking on behalf of Jeff Berman, who couldn't be here this evening. We do want to enforce staff's recommendation for a moratorium. We think this gives you an opportunity to put together all of the items that are in process. I agree that it shouldn't be a long period of time. So, of course, you're so close on both the ordinance revision and approaches that I think taking time out to do that and saving staff time on some other applications that are going to be reviewed might come up with the best result. And I think everybody here wants the best result. I think people want to make sure that those that need compassionate care and need marijuana get it, but that we create something that works not only in the eyes of the community, but also eyes elsewhere. Because a lot of people are watching this just like they're watching everything statewide. So hopefully that can accomplish that. Secondly, on the pharmacy, of course, is one that has an application for Paseo Chapala, which we have appealed for various reasons. You've got copies of. I would presume those appeals would stay in force during this moratorium period as well, not to proceed as opposed to some of the language on applications proceeding. I want to verify that. Plus, do recommend the Section 3 proposal. I think what that does, and for other applicants, and in the case of the pharmacy as well, if they decide to look somewhere else, at least they can get their application deemed complete, and there's somebody there to do it for them, so that they can get all their ducks in order if it is determined that rather than appealing and fighting over the appeal, that there may be a better location or locations for them. It allows them to do that, so that when the moratorium comes up, you can move it forward. And I think that would be fair to everybody, and also help you look at what locations people want. Even though it's not an RFP, you could sort of make discretionary approvals based upon this is the good location for this particular dispensary. So we'd like to certainly incorporate Section 3 to give dispensaries a way to keep the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet Rouse will be followed by Patrick Florme. Oh, is Janet not here? Okay. Oh, there you are. I thought I saw you. Patrick will be next.
Hello, I'm Janet Rouse, and you've spoken to a lot of things that I wanted to say, so I'm going to skip over to most of what I wanted to say and get to the end. I do support a moratorium, complete moratorium that doesn't allow anybody else in. You've got a lot on your plates. I think we should watch and see what else is going on out there. Marijuana is currently available by legal prescription for patients. Nowhere in Prop 215 were dispensaries or retail pot stores mentioned. No city or county is obligated to allow them. No city or county around Santa Barbara does. So allowing even one of them here will make us a magnet. Individual freedoms must always be balanced out against the greater common good, and that is not served by having easier access to drugs, which are seductive to us all, especially so to the weakest among us. And yes, that means children and people whose lives are already compromised by drug abuse. The question is, what is best for our community as a whole? So I'm asking you again, please enact a moratorium that prohibits any retail dispensaries, collectives, whatever name you want to give them, from opening. There's no place for them here. So in my mind, condoning pot sales in our community is not compassionate. It's irresponsible. Thank you.
Okay. Patrick Florme, followed by Jen Lemberger. Oh, okay. Jen Lemberger is next then, followed by Karen McFadden.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jen Lemberger. I'm the Fighting Back coordinator, and we in Fighting Back support a full moratorium on this issue. We need the moratorium to be a suspension for all new applications. We also need to place a stop on all those who do not yet have permits and are in the pipeline. It just does not make sense to allow these outlets through under the current ordinance when the new ordinance that the Ordinance Committee, the Planning Commission, and yourselves will be adjusting and discussing to fit state law and to best support city public health and safety. So just again, a reiteration, we definitely support a full moratorium on any new pending applications.
Thank you. Karen McFadden, followed by Hal Kopekin, I think. Kopekin?
Hi, Karen. It's been a busy day. I don't really need to say anything because I think everybody pretty much has said it. I do really agree with a full moratorium. Anything that's coming down the pipeline, I think, should be stopped. It just sounds like this is, as we see it right now, if you're exchanging money, it's illegal, and there's no other way to call it, be it conforming, non-conforming, whatever. Until it's settled down, it's a waste of staff time, it's a waste of taxpayers' money for us to be paying for staff. I'd rather you take Danny and put him in a great project where we can really have an outcome right now until this is all settled out. Thank you.
Thank you. Hal, followed by Bonnie Raisin.
Thank you, folks. I'm against the moratorium, and I would encourage you to look at the marijuana dispensaries the same way you look at pharmacies. I think they are a source of medicine. I think they're legally controlled. And as a medical marijuana consumer, I've been to a few of the ones that I've seen up on your board. I don't know what people are telling you. I don't know if the people that are telling you about them selling drugs to kids or things going on outside of them have ever visited them. But I've been to a few of them, and I've never seen anything like that. However, I have watched the marijuana world for a long time. I'm a clinical psychologist in private practice outside UCSB. I get a lot of referrals from students with drug problems. I also get referrals from Santa Barbara City College. I rarely get referrals for marijuana drug problems. It's usually harder drugs. However, marijuana is freely available in both of those communities, primarily grown in our mountains by the Mexican cartels. My understanding is if you restrict the legal, safe, non-criminally grown marijuana, which is the direction I sense this council is going, that you're opening the door for violent criminals in our foothills to sell to our children, which I think is a very bad idea. I don't think you need to restrict pharmacies to keep hard drugs away from kids. I think you need to restrict pushers. And the dispensaries are the way legal marijuana gets to legal users. I think there are a lot of stakeholders in this community who are trying to fight marijuana by fighting every part of medical marijuana. I think you're hearing from them. People like me have never been to your hearings before because I'm terrified of speaking in front of you. I am part of a stigmatized minority that has been under legal persecution my entire adult life. That is what I feel like again tonight. I don't know why you want to make it so it's hard for me to go to a place that checks my ID, confirms with my physician that I have a prescription, and would consider me a felon if I sold it to anybody else. I think there's a lot of hyperbole going on. I wish anybody who was saying the dispensaries were a problem that requires an emergency moratorium could demonstrate some hard data to that effect. Because what I've seen is the antithesis of what I'm hearing, and I believe that shutting down the dispensaries will in fact create a large underground network that they have largely replaced. I believe the dispensaries are driving illegal marijuana and other drugs out of our community. I think this is a step backwards. As to waiting for state law to become entirely clear, good luck. You'll be waiting a very long time. There's a proposal right now to make all of this totally irrelevant by legalizing and taxing marijuana. The Attorney General's opinions keep coming, and they will keep coming. I don't see any point to stop because the law is changing. It will continue to change, and you will have to adjust your ordinances to be in compliance. I would encourage you to think carefully what the illegal drug trade has done to our community, and then to look for some hard evidence that dispensaries are anything but the best antidote to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Raisin, followed by Tony Vasall.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Pretty much everything has been said tonight, except I would like to know if there is grammatically a difference between suspensions and moratoriums. I came tonight thinking that we were going to be discussing a moratorium, and if they're one and the same, that's fine. And if they are, then I would also like to ask, or if not a response tonight, at least present the fact that it took the Board of Supervisors an hour and a half today to ask that the legal counsel draft an ordinance on or before January 19th, a moratorium. So I think what I'm saying is that this has gone on for so long, and if you clean sweep and allow the existing approved and operating, I suppose you have to, or there would be legal implications, to go and to put a halt to everything else permanently until the state of California has come to its resolves, the state attorney and the various cities that are in legal battles over the ramifications of the medical marijuana law. The next best thing would be to wait until the voters of the state of California in November of next year have a chance to vote on the legality of the drug, and or the American Medical Association perhaps taking it out of Schedule I, and actually entering into a relationship with the patient so that they can be responsible for dispensing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony Vassallo, followed by Sharon Byrne.
Yes, I'm Tony Vassallo, and it seems like the tangle of thorns that we're involved with here at the state level leads to no other conclusion than to have a moratorium, a timeout, and look carefully at the case law that's occurring statewide. And, of course, in the meantime, I think we should stop the pipeline completely. I was a zoning administrator back in the days when I had black hair. And if I were one today, I would be hesitant to take one piece of paperwork over the counter without consulting with my city attorney and following the case law that's coming down left and right each step of the way, because this process is that complicated with so many legal issues. So a timeout is really necessary, and to continue to take applications in an environment like this does not really do any good service to dispensary promoters, and it certainly doesn't do any good for the community, because it sends a wrong message to the community that, oh, the city's just doing the same old thing. Well, I don't think that's the case. I think the city wants to do the right thing, and I think the city council will do the right thing. We do need the moratorium, and we do need to be fair to the dispensary operators and not provide them hope that may not legally materialize as case law comes down the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. The last speaker will be Sharon Byrne.
All right, last. So I get to say what didn't get said. I just want to be real obvious and say that, let's say you pass the moratorium tonight. You have 3 permitted dispensaries. 2 haven't opened yet, but they're going to. And you have 1 non-conforming that was not issued a cease and desist, right? So you have 4 open under this moratorium. It's not like we shut the gates, shut all the dispensaries, it's all over. Not that you would like to ever see me advocate for a dispensary, but if I were going to, it would be the patients group who has been here for 8 years, are local, have been doing this all this time, and were by themselves doing it long before people started screaming about need and access and what have you. I don't know what changed in the last year and a half where suddenly everybody needed access, but apparently they were doing fine on their own. I'd also like to point out that I don't see why we're keeping a priority queue, which is essentially what we're kind of talking about in addition to the moratorium, for people that are coming up out of L.A. I mean, the Aloha Spirit folks, John Donahue, he's an L.A.-based operator. He was one of the first of 10 singled out by Councilman Zine for closure in June of this year. Why are we holding a slot for him? The pharmacy, I've met Joanna. I like her. She's a great lady. I've seen her profiled in Fortune magazine. They usually profile you when you're making a lot of money. She's got 3 dispensaries. She's from L.A. I'm not sure why we're holding the queue open for folks that aren't based here and that don't have a vested interest here, and we're doing that over people who do, such as the patients group. Mr. Wiley, I certainly sympathize with you and with Captain Martell. You've done a great job closing down the dispensaries that are illegal. I appreciate that as a community member. The case law is changing so fast. A lot of the ordinance that you drafted in Ordinance Committee was based in part on a tool provided to you by the legislature, which was Senate Bill 420. Parts of that Senate bill are being struck down in the courts. The reason it's getting struck down is the courts are coming out and saying that the legislature does not have the constitutional right to amend a voter initiative. In other words, the only way that we can amend the Compassionate Use Act and have it stand is to pass another Compassionate Use Act, amending the original. Now, if we're building ordinances based on statutes passed by the legislature that might not be still standing after a court gets through with them, what are we up to? What are we up to? The best thing you could do for yourselves is the tool that's available in your hands, which is either a ban or a moratorium. Take a time out, let the state sort itself out, and then you can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's to the council. We have had several people talk to us about the moratorium. I think the suspension, just Bonnie, the suspension is a moratorium. I mean, I think the moratorium is just kind of, and you can correct me, it's a slang that we use, that we understand for suspending the permits. Is that right, Mr. Wiley? Yeah. So just so you know that. Okay, so it's up to us. Let's do some talking, figure out what we should do here. Mr. Williams and Ms. Schneider.
Well, I'll start off just by saying that I agree with Jeff Rowland. I don't think he needed to be so insulting about the point, but I agree with his point that it does seem to me a little strange to go on with processing as if nothing ever happened if we're going to enact a moratorium. I also do feel like it would be an illusion to pretend like this is all going to go away if we banned or did a moratorium. The reality is that we could get rid of all of these, and there still will be collectives operating out of neighborhoods. They call them delivery services. They advertise in the newspaper, and our attorney has come to the conclusion that we can't enforce on them because we have no zoning authority and because they are allowed under state law. So I also am weighing the fact that, gee, I'd much rather have something that I know where it is, I know how to track it, I know how to enforce on it. I can send a zoning officer down there to check on it and make sure that they're adhering to the collective model and that they're, adhering to the law, versus something I can't track. I don't know where it is. I don't know where they operate. So, I mean, that being said, though, I do think that we should have a moratorium. And my reason is because I think we need fewer of these things, right? We have a number in operation right now, the legal ones that we're closing down, and we need time to allow city enforcement to take place and for the non-conforming dispensaries to go away, and for us to permit some more while that is happening doesn't make sense to me. So I do agree with the fact that we should have a moratorium. I think a moratorium is by its very nature temporary. My understanding of state law is we can't do it for longer than a year. As it is being suggested right now, it says 10 months or whenever we're done with the ordinance. And I have a little bit of a problem with that because I think if we're done with the ordinance in 2 months, that's still too soon. But if we're, still working on it 6 months from now, it's probably really ridiculous and too long. And so I would actually suggest that we have provide some guidance to staff for the next hearing as to how long that moratorium is. And for me, it needs to be at least 4 months, but probably should be less than 6 or 7. And the reason why I come to that conclusion is because by that time we should be done with the non-conforming dispensaries. They should be gone, and we should have enough time to make sure that whatever comes in the future adheres strictly to state law and strictly adheres to the Attorney General's guidelines about what a collective is and what kind of criteria a collective needs to have. And so I think my conclusion is that saying that we would get rid of them, everything, is just an illusion because we don't have that ability. But I do think that we should have less, and I do think that the responsible thing is to enact a 45-day moratorium followed by an extension that we can do through an interim ordinance, and I would say that it should be 4 to 6 months. I do think that that we do need to think about what happens after that, and that's why I brought up the RFP process. And some people have said, well, why do some of these have priority over others, and why do some? And I think that's the reason is because we don't have that process. And if Palm Springs can do it, and if Oakland can do it, I want us to look at it, have our staff look at that as an option for how to handle it afterwards. Because I think that'd be a lot, instead of all this wrangling at Planning Commission and staff hearing officer, it'd be a lot easier for Planning Commissioner or some other entity to take a look at all 10 applications and say, you know, the 2 that are best for Santa Barbara or the 3 that are best for Santa Barbara or is X, Y, and Z. So that's the conclusion that I've come to.
Okay. Ms. Schneider?
Thank you. Thank you again for showing up. I apologize I was not here on November 17th. I had planned way back in September to not be here that week, and that item was agendized after I had already told staff about it and just the way the agendas worked. But it was important that that had happened as soon as we can so we can get to tonight, because I think that was, we wanted to make sure this conversation happened in terms of the policy direction and a question of a moratorium as soon as it could. But I did watch the entire meeting, so so I just want to let you know that I'm versed in the long conversation that happened a few weeks ago. And just also to reiterate that regardless of what we do here tonight, you know, residential collectives in any neighborhood can happen anywhere under SB 420. And you know, there's nothing we can do about it in terms of enforcement. And you are all so committed and concerned and well-versed in this issue. I strongly recommend, if you have concerns or questions about that, to talk to your state legislatures. And I'm sure they're listening to what's going on. And I think, you know, that's a major issue we need to confront and discuss, because that's part of the issue we're trying to deal with. And part of the discussion we've had here had to do with a storefront collective versus some things in the residential neighborhoods, because at least at a storefront collective we have some we think we do, at least today, some authority over it. I do think, though, the city and our community needs to take a breather. We all need a breather. And so we need to, so it makes sense to me to enact this moratorium and to really figure out what's going on in the courts, to get this interim ordinance back. A lot of these things are going to be happening simultaneously, as all these conversations have had for many, many months. And really to halt the staff hearing officer and the Planning Commission appeals. I mean, it makes no sense to me to have a staff hearing officer or a Planning Commission appeal during a moratorium based on rules that are in place today when we know very soon we're going to potentially adopt new rules. So, and I think the community gets confused about it. I think there's a lot of rancor that doesn't need to be there. And if we can all just take a break and take a breather and enact this moratorium and figure out the court issues and the legalities, and also, you know, have a new council basically review the ordinance that the ordinance committee has painstakingly going through in the detail, I think that makes perfect sense. So it makes sense to me that the option section 3 needs to be included in this moratorium for that reason, because otherwise the ones that are appealed and pending could still have staff hearing officer hearings, you'd still have a PC hearing, and it just confuses things even more. So the option section 3 makes perfect sense to me. I also was thinking, and this is, I guess, for consideration when it comes back in January, because tonight all we're doing is the 45-day moratorium. But when it comes back, the breather and just needing a chance to really look at what's going on with the court cases that are pending pretty soon, that perhaps it does make sense to look at, even if a new council adopts a new ordinance in February, does it make sense to lift the moratorium that soon? I don't think a full year is necessary, but 2 months might be too soon. And, we can still deal with option 3. And so I just want to put that out there for when that comes back, assuming we have the votes tonight to go through the initial moratorium tonight. And I would like to see, just while I have the mic and it's come up, this idea about what are the best options for Santa Barbara given the information that we have on hand. And just because someone happened to submit an application 2 days before someone else, does that automatically give them dibs on the best, on being allowed under new rules to establish a permit? And so I think that is something that's important to look at. And that will have to come back to us when the new ordinance comes back to us, because that's really not for us today. But I am interested in knowing more about what other communities have done and what's really in the best interest of the city. So those are my comments, and thank you again for being here again.
Mr. Horton.
I currently serve as a First Five Commissioner for the state of California and for the county, and I'm also the chair of the City Council Committee on Youth and Children. And so I spend a fair amount of my time concerned with the welfare of youth and children in our community. And I think that I will support the moratorium tonight. I think we've come to a point in this matter that we need something like this to protect our community. And I will be in favor of it. I think it's what we need to do at this time. And if somebody will make that motion, I'll be happy to support it.
Okay, Mr. House.
I support well-regulated and operations here. I do not support the notion that that by holding off, strengthening our the rules that we have worked so very hard to accomplish it serves anyone. We've been one of the disappointing parts about this is we have served on the ordinance committee, and yet and worked very hard on creating a revision that is very responsive to what we've been hearing from the community and addresses many of the concerns that have come forward, everything from the condominium issue to the proper location, the restriction of the numbers, and even changing the length of time for those non-conformings, et cetera, et cetera. And we've done the one thing that people continually seem to miss is that we've hooked it to state law. We've connected it to the state of affairs, whatever that might be. And that will go on and will continue to change. But that's built into the revised ordinance, so it will continue, it'll be able to be current as things move forward. So it addresses so much of what we hear as concerns in the community and does it in a way that is managing for safety and security of those who are running the organizations, those who are using them, and it addresses even the questions and the issues having to do with children and and how a dispensary or whatever we call it is supposed to respond once they find out that one of their members is actually participating in one of those illegal activities. These things need to get into place. It's critically important. The other option, which is already there, which will be encouraged by not having well-regulated and appropriately accessed by the public who actually needs this service, is for this to go deeper underground. It's how the children have been getting marijuana into the high schools for many, many years before there was dispensaries. They only get it through access by those who also sell methamphetamines and heroin and all the rest. I'm not advocating for them to even have access. We tried very hard to set an age restriction, but we find out that that's not legal to do. So within the bounds of the law and consistent and directly tied to the state law, there is a revision on the way. I can support the 45-day moratorium, but I'm on the other side from what I've heard from a couple of my colleagues here. The sooner we get that in place, the better it will be for everyone involved, and it will be. It's been welcomed by those who are responsible operators of the collectives, and it's welcomed by many of those who have got objections and concerns about them. So I will support the 45-day moratorium with the Section 3 included. What I will be very strong as an advocate for when this comes around again, and with staff, is as soon as we can get that revision through the process and make sure that we get the input from Planning Commission, get it back to City Council, we can put the tweaks and the finishes on it based on the current state of affairs and have something in place. That's one of the things many of these other communities have failed to do, and I think they have their head in the sand, quite honestly. These just banning or just having moratoria that go on forever is no service to anyone. It just postpones and encourages, if you will, actually encourages illegal activity. So I want to get this thing going as soon as possible. Thanks.
Okay, and I too will be supporting the moratorium or the suspension, and with Section 3. And it's true that other cities and jurisdictions have had these have already voted on moratoria, I guess it is, but they failed to see what's going on in their own city, because I have been told by people who are running things out of their garages and so on that that's what they're doing, and in these cities that have moratoria. So it's just, I don't think that's acceptable here. I agree with you. And as Mr. Rowland said, we'll just put a hold on all the others. What's the big deal? We can do that. And two questions, just real quickly. Somebody asked about appeals times. If they have, I guess it would be the pending ones or the appealed. If they have a certain number of days left in their appeal, does it just stop right there when we vote on this, and then, which would be next week, or how does that work?
Madam Mayor, yes, it would if the Section 3, the optional provision, is included.
Right, which is what I'd like.
The hearings would not occur until the suspension ordinance is canceled.
Okay, and they would still have that number of days, whatever it was. If it was 2 weeks to appeal or something like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were referring to the 10-day period.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we have anyone within the 10-day period? No.
Okay, well, that solves that problem. Thank you. And then the non-conforming ones. This is we have 3 that were given cease and desist letters. So there's 1 left that hasn't. So are we what are we doing about that 1 with this moratorium? Do we need to address that right now? Mr. Cotto.
Mayor Blum, actually you're doing nothing with it. This suspension ordinance does not apply to the non-conforming dispensaries. So that would be governed by the existing ordinance, which currently gives them about 18 or 17 or 16, I can't remember, months to continue operation.
It gave them 3 years from a year ago, April. So, yeah.
Right.
Okay. I'm a little uncomfortable with that, because that one's just sliding in there.
Go
ahead, Mr. Williams.
We're going to, if we pass the Phase 1 changes to the ordinance, then that would be shortened down to 6 months, which is
That's right.
what the ordinance committee has suggested that we do. Because the irony would be if we take those 4 and we let them to continue, when obviously 1 or more of those 4 are the source of the angst and problems,
right,
because the permitted ones have not been open. Right. So I think mission number 1 still has to be to close down the non-conforming dispensaries, and so we still need to pass Phase 1 changes this next month.
Yes, you can. Okay. I'm okay with that. I also, piggybacking a little bit on what Ms. Schneider said, the Assembly has a role here, and they have not only a role in defining some of these issues for us, and they can do that. They also have a role in, for instance, our superintendent of schools has said that the youth are showing these cards when they have marijuana on them, and if they have a card, I think if the Assembly could just pass, some regulations having to do with these cards, they should have a doctor's name on them. The doctors should have an address and their number with the county and all those sorts of things, so that a school district could call and find out which doctor and call that doctor and so on. I mean, there are things that the State Assembly could regulate. And the California Medical Board they can act on complaints, but they really can't come down on those complaints unless the legislature gives them some tools. So I know our legislator is very interested in this subject, and so I hope he would take that to the legislature and try to pass something. Okay, anything else? Okay, can I have a motion? Yeah, Ms. Schneider wants.
I'll move that council introduce and subsequently adopt the moratorium issued here, including Section 3.
Okay, I'll second that. Anybody else? Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much. We will adjourn till next week. Thank